Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the week 2, day 2 of BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fixes. Fixes, day 1 was filled with a lot of shocks, especially that clutch from Reverse 2, that 1v4. It delivered another big blow to the circuit.
Of course, it was a wholesome day, to be honest, Necro, because we witnessed absolutely everything. The old guards finally making a comeback, and a huge slap on the faces of the ones that called out OAS as a passive IGL. Of course, Team Forever played incredibly well. But if you have to talk about a few other teams, I think we were really impressed with how Raven Esports came out and play. You know, that aggression from their side was monumental. But you know, when the day passed by and into the next group, that was Group 12. Look at the difference. The first team, 34, Genix FM. The next is just merely a few points behind, around like 29. So goes on to show that the competition, the level of intensity has increased by 10-folds. And I'm really excited to see what happens today.
How can you forget about TEAMZERO as well? TEAMZERO performing up to the mark. It was something that I did not expect at all. Addy was the one who was always in the front lines, charging it forward, getting those elimination points racked up for the team. And as soon as the defense was cracked open, the rest of the TEAMZERO was also pushing up. The first game itself was a prime example of that. Addy almost secured the chicken dinner first team, but in the end, unfortunately, Genix FM, they just had the man advantage. It was a 2v3, and nothing could be done from the side of TEAMZERO to sort of get that thing secured. But in general, even TEAMZERO was a big surprise for all of us. A lot of things were expected from, I would say, Redemption Crew. Unfortunately, the expectations were not met.
Yeah, there were a few disappointments, right? You talk about IM officials also. It was not just a sunny day in the office. It was filled with all sorts of emotions, everybody trying their very best. But it is what it is. Towards the very end, Necro, we have to kind of live with the fact that, yeah, few teams that really thrived under the pressure, and there were few that kind of were quite brittle and just broke off.
Exactly, and hopefully the same thing's not going to be repeating today itself, because as we know, prize pool as well is something that adds on a lot of that pressure, and we know there's a lot of money on the line. BGIS is one of those tournaments that has the biggest prize pool to offer. Of course, 2 crore rupees is going to be there, and whenever we look at that prize pool, us as commentators, automatically, even we sort of do get nervous. Oh my god, so much money on the line. Who's going to be the one to get that lime share of 60 lakhs, which is currently available for the first placing team, but not for now inside of the grind. It's going to be available in the BGIS main event, and as we all know, even the in-game qualifiers are going to be starting from the 15th and ending on 21st, so best of luck for whoever's actually going for the in-game qualifiers. But getting back to the conversation, another team that was actually doing quite fantastic was THW. Even THW had some of the glorious moments. Yeah, there were a little bit of mess ups here and there, but still, THW overall, if you talk about that team, they played quite phenomenal.
I think the finishes department was pretty, good, because you talk about they kind of racked around 26 to 27 finishes. But along with THW, I think we need to talk about OG Mizoram. And they managed to get a chicken dinner, for Christ's sake. And, well, they kind of had averaged it out, just 10 finishes, just that one chicken dinner where they kind of managed to just secure those 10 position points. So in the other 2 games, they barely had anything to work around with. But hoping so that in the next stage that they come into play, they do, substantially better.
Exactly, and as I was mentioning about the money on the line, right, let's move on forward and look at the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, of the BGIS 2024. There's going to be 2 crore rupees on the line, from which the first spot will be getting 60 lakhs, and then the second one getting 30, of course, the third one getting 20. It's going to keep on descending downwards until you move on forward and look at the special prizes. The MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000, most finishes getting 1 lakh, lone survivor getting 1 lakh, and even the player who manages to go on a rampage gets 1 lakh himself.
Oh, indeed. And you did talk about the moolah, right? 60 lakhs for the winners. And that is exactly what we'll be eyeing out for. And I think that mystery shall unravel itself around the end of June. So a lot of time remaining, and whatever happens between that, that is the BGIS, that is the grind that we're talking about, something that sets all these teams into action, and they have to go all out. There's no looking back. But this time the format has been quite interesting, because right now we're going through the grind phase. And for all the new viewers that tune in daily and have tuned in maybe for the first time, so 256 teams were chosen for the grind, out of which 128 have already played their first set of matches. Now in week number 2, we're looking at the next set of the 128 teams, out of which 2 groups have already partaken. But now, today we have 2 more groups, out of which, the next week we have a major shuffle. So the groups will be changed, and again these teams get to play another set of games. And according to that, according to all those points that they have accumulated, Necro, they will be getting their rankings, or in fact will get the ticket into the main event.
Exactly. And then top 64 will be able to move on forward inside of the main event itself from the grind. As we do know, if you manage to place yourself anywhere between 1st to 16, you will be directly moving on to the round 4. If you manage to place yourself anywhere below that, you will be moving on to the round 3 itself. And then if you manage to place yourself anywhere between the remainder, you will be moving on to the round 2 itself. So once again, it's all about being able to place yourself in a better standing inside of the main event too. And as I mentioned, this is the exact thing I'm talking about. 1st to 16, round 4, 17 to 32, round 3, and 33 to 64 will be moving on directly to the round 2. I mean, if you do manage to place yourself anywhere between 1st to 16, that's a big leap. That's a big head start that you're already getting for yourself. Another big factor, and that's going to be the points distribution. The changes that it has been receiving recently has really forced these teams to think on the fly and make some new strategies. And of course, the first spot getting 10 points, the second one getting 6, and the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at 9th to 16th. There's no points.
I think the best way to put it up has to be Raven Esports. They managed to get 27 finish points and barely any position points, but still they're at the 3rd spot.
Yep.
So it goes on to show that even if you've got that aggression in you, if you can take those early fights, then you're still good to go. But again, there is that second way, right? If you survive till the very end, if you get that chicken dinner, you're getting that 10 points. But yeah, with every passing day, with every passing month, things have reduced on that position points aspect. But when we look at the teams that come into play today, Necro, we've got some big names with us. We're talking about AUTOBOTZ, we're talking about the likes of GODLIKE, and boy oh boy, do I see a little Brawlers over there? Are they back in action?
Yes, they are. Fixes Brawlers is back in action. But then you've also got 2B4B. Then you've also got Dream Chasers Esports. TAMILAN, another returning team inside of the competition. You've got REDX 27 Shore Esports. This was another one of those teams that we've seen in 2023 perform quite decent. You've also got TEAMZERO Official, Risen X. You've got a lot of these teams that are once again returning back inside of the competition in 2024. And as we all know, Group 13 is going to be the one to kick the competition off, or kick the day off.
They will indeed. And as we move on ahead, we've been talking it's a God's day, so can't really leave the defending champions aside, right? They were the gladiators in the arena in the previous BGIS, but now they've joined the gods. Now, representing God's reign, we've got, our defending champions over there, but a few more big names. You talk about LUCKNOW Giants, absolute roster revamp. You've got Revenge Esports coming into play after a long time. Then UDOG India. There was a time they did make a lot of waves, but if you talk about some new faces, Dragon Esports, now that is one of those teams that I'm really looking forward to.
Exactly. We saw Dragon Esports in 2023 too, and Dragon Esports was one of those teams that personally impressed me. They were one of those teams that liked to keep the pedal to the metal. They were one of those teams that liked to play super aggressive, and considering now that the point structure allows them to play aggressive, it's going to be the icing on top of the cake we're looking for. Moving on forward and taking a look at today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, it's going to be the same thing. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, and then for Group 14 as well, it's going to be the same one. Nothing really changed.
Nothing has really changed even in teams' approach, right? We have seen our teams performing in week 1. Yesterday also we saw week 2 beginning, but it has been the same tell-to-tell story that hold on to the center, make that shift in the second circle, and you're good to go. I think Team Forever, they had pretty much cracked the code. And all the others also that have gotten so many points. You talk about Gen X FM also. They've all been doing the same thing. And I'm pretty sure we're going to anticipate something similar to that as well. But Necro, we've got some big names. So let's start our discussion. Where do you want to start off, with AUTOBOTZ or maybe GODLIKE? Choose your pick.
I'm gonna start off with AUTOBOTZ. GODLIKE, yes, they're one of the known arcs, understandable, but AUTOBOTZ as well. The only time when we actually saw AUTOBOTZ play on the bigger stage was all the way back in 2023, and when they showcased their first ever matchup, when I saw them on the screen myself, they were quite impressive. But now recently they've went through a little bit of tweaks and changes. AUTOBOTZ recently, they were looking in form, and I hope the same momentum is going to be carried on forward inside of the grind.
It certainly should be, because that's what we're hoping for. But if they fail in doing so, and for the ones that have already registered and are looking forward to play the in-game qualifiers, that is going to start from the 15th of April, and are really hoping to see the best out of every participating team and players. I'm pretty sure most of them have already tuned into the broadcast to kind of be in touch with what is really happening. We've given you a few suggestions, right? Stick together, play as a team, ensure that you have your first playing for only partaking in those in-game qualifiers. Otherwise, folks, it won't be counted.
That is true. So make sure you've got the force playing for ready, packed up, and also discuss a couple of game strats, considering I'm pretty sure you guys are looking at the grind and noting down some of the strategies. Some of the new teams are actually bringing up as well on the table. And if you do like their play style, make sure to copy it. Why not? I mean, all you need to do is just qualify inside the tournament, and then later on you can start making some new strategies on the fly. But yeah, getting back to the discussion, as I mentioned, AUTOBOTZ is one of those teams that has been looking phenomenal recently, but a team that has been looking a little bit shaky is GODLIKE. They've went through so many roster changes, and I hope inside of this tournament, inside of the grind itself, it's an official tournament, they're ready.
Oh, I certainly hope so, because GODLIKE, like you said, you know, so many permutation combinations already done for this roster, and so much to talk about them. But not just that, you know, they have not been the only ones making a lot of changes. You know, our publishers have also done a lot of changes and getting some amazing stuff for you guys. So here's one quick look at an amazing promo right about now.
In-game cosmetics, no matter how much you try to elaborate on this topic, it's never going to be enough. So you know what? Let's focus on the teams once again here, Fixes, because we were talking about GODLIKE Esports and how they went through so many different combinations. I also saw GODLIKE playing inside some of the third-party tournament, of course, using the trials as well. So they definitely have been testing a lot of the grounds.
Oh, they certainly have been, and once the matchup comes up, we can elaborate on that conversation a little bit more, because, you know, GODLIKE has been one of those teams that have been, you know, taking a lot of that community feedback. They've been constantly replacing players. They've been constantly trying out new stuff, and all for the good reason, so that they could get back to their winning ways. I think the last good thing about GODLIKE Esports we had witnessed was Neo maybe getting the MVP around BGIS. So that's a long time ago. But today they need to redeem themselves, and gotta see if Jelly and the boys, and the word in the whisper in the wind does tell us that they've changed their drop locations. But you know, it's not just about GODLIKE, right? We've been talking about the likes of TAMILAN Esports. Now in the domestic circuit, Necro, we have seen them time and again just come out right from the qualifiers. They keep on playing, make it to the finals, and today I hope all of that comes into fruition finally.
Hey, what matters is you being at the top of your game inside of the official tournaments, because there's always going to be those jitters, and hopefully TAMILAN Esports, the same jitters are not going to be hitting them, not hit them in 2023, because this team was also super impressive. They were trying to make it to the late stages as well, but sometimes things were getting a little bit messed up. Now, another big talking point here can be Team Brawlers. You mentioned this as well, as we saw this group at the first time. Team Brawlers is one of those teams that has been over here time and time. It's one of the OG teams, and now that it's back once again, I'm sure they're here to make some waves.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, when you look at the lineup, you've got the likes of Sangwan coming in, and apparently he's going to be IGLing. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. Alongside that, we've got Vexi. I think a couple of years ago, undoubtedly was one of the finest assaulters in the country, but seemed like he kind of dipped off in the performance. The last we heard from Vexi was when he was playing from Marcus Gaming. But now they've also got another old guard, Slayer, who apparently was also a member of IND, and recently he's been trying his hands here and there, finally settling at the Brawlers. The OGs have finally come back into action. Yesterday, honestly, Necro, we saw Velocity Gaming get a chicken dinner. So fingers crossed, and really hoping, a little bit of a bias there, that, Team Brawlers, they managed to get one for themselves too.
I mean, hey, that's a good correlation that you brought up, right? Velocity 2 back with some of the OG players, and now Team Brawlers as well back with some of the OG players. I hope these guys have been able to put in the grind. These guys have been practicing inside of the scrims as well, so they're going to be pretty much ready for today's matchup. As we do know, the Erangel's around the horizon, or around the corner, and the Erangel map's actually going to be right in front of us as the plane flat path starts all the way from Primorx, moving to the Stalber Hill. This plane flat path is quite interesting, Fixes.
It certainly looks like. I mean, kind of different from what we have witnessed previously. But for now, what I'm really excited for, Necro, is where does the first zone form? Now, all these teams, a few of them, we have already seen them in action in the domestic circuit quite often. So we kind of know what kind of theory crafting they have done behind the backs, right? But now today, it's all going to come into play, that how are you going to implement those strategies in a lobby where you do not have enough information on your opponent teams. So a huge question over there. And likewise, like I already told, Godlike had decided to maybe make a few certain changes around the drop locations, and the word was they're going to be heading back to Rozok in school. So it's going to be exciting to see how Jelly leads the team this time around, because the last time was not quite memorable.
Now, you brought up a point over here, right? Not knowing the opponent team strategies, and that's where I say just try and make decisions on the fly. It can be a better playstyle inside tournaments like this, where you just do not know exactly what enemy you're facing off against. Because yes, you can have the generic point of view of playing the game, of playing a professional game, and just try and use that generic point of view and then make some quick decisions on the fly according to the information that you're gaining inside of the game. And I'm pretty sure the teams that are also a little bit aggressive inside of the lobby, that are also able to do super good. Now, Team Forever can be a prime example of this. Team Forever was one of those teams that was playing super defensive right in the smack center of the circle. And they were also able to rack up a lot of the elimination points, considering everyone was trying to contest against them.
And let's not forget the fact that they did not have Flock coming into action. Without Flock, they managed to accomplish such a feat. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first circle, a little bit inclined towards the eastern side, quite a generic one. But when you talk about, some drop clashes, seems like trouble in paradise at Yasnaya. You've got TAMILAN ESPORTS along with RTGXIND. Now, Necro, I took a quick gander at their logos, and seems like they resonate with the OG IND that we've had. So it's kind of like a collaboration, don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. It's probably a little bit of a collaboration between RTG and IND. But hey, what matters is the gameplay that they're going to be able to showcase today itself. If they're not able to get a lot of points secured in the 3 games that are being given to them, it'll be a big issue for them. So once again, all that matters is the 3 games, the 3 chances that you're being given to try and perform the best. And we've also got Lobster inside of this lineup. If I'm not wrong, the last time I saw Lobster was inside of LOC, and Lobster was also doing quite a great job in that team.
Well, he certainly was. But regardless, not to forget, RTG, Road to Glory, whatever you may call them, we did see them in the previous official tournaments as well. Just barely slipping out, did not have Lady Luck, or maybe the preparations weren't enough. But this time, I think they've got that guile, they've got whatever it takes, just give it all. And we hope to see something really similar. Now, coming back, addressing the elephants in the room. So, Godlike, like we said, they've gone with some massive changes. Getting in Sim just before the officials, and along with Sim, we've got Admino. Now, this raises a few speculations over here. Deciding to go without a support player, not having Z-God in the active roster. I mean, I kind of feel a little dicey about them, but would love to know your opinions on the same.
Probably they're going to try to force one of the players on the support role at this point. Or maybe Godlike is just trying to put on a complete aggressive face, which is understandable too. As we mentioned, right, you do not really have a lot of information inside of this lobby. You do not exactly have a playing proper structure. So once again, Godlike, if they want, they can just directly start things off in quite an aggressive note. They have indeed changed their drop location towards the school area. Now, once again, Fixes, my questions are going to be, when they face off against IQ Seoul, are they still going to drop in the same spot, or are we going to see a secondary one?
You did have to touch that nerve, didn't you, Necro? But I think...
I have to.
Hoping that both of the teams qualify. I mean, IQ Seoul, they're already looking good, looking quite dandy. But for Team Godlike, you know, a lot of question marks are already there. And I'm not a huge fan of making so many roster changes, but I'm open to be proven wrong today. But yeah, that's for later, for sure. I think they're going to work it out, maybe get back to Yasnaya, or maybe work things around Georgie, because this is one of those drops Jelly has been implementing since day one. Ever since he's been in the competitive circuit, even with the likes of OR Esports, he's always tend to, you know, kind of follow this route. So feeling a little bit more comfortable, maybe a little bit more settled, especially when you drop around school in Rozok, you get access to a lot of those buggies. Something that, you know, Team IQ Seoul benefits massively from. And the rotations are quite quicker as well.
I mean, once again, IQ Seoul, their playstyle is assertive. They like to assert their dominance inside the lobby. It does not matter. If they have their eyes set up on a compound, they will just straight up try to take the fights in that compound itself. So that's what you call asserting your dominance. Hopefully the same playstyle can be seen from Godlike 2. Before now, DC taking some shots upon themselves. The man's able to trace down that vehicle with just a red dot in the M416. That was quite a nice prey, but unfortunately, no knockouts confirmed.
Yeah, kind of goes on to show that Team GLA, they were quite fast with their rotations, weren't they? Because honestly, dropping around the Pachinki area, you would want to get your loot done, and we did touch upon it, didn't we? During the weeks of grind, we've seen so many of these teams kind of contest for that center right from the early start. And similarly, something that we're going to be hoping from all these teams today as well. Because when I take a quick look at the map feed, right, you've got 12 busted cops already centered around shelter. You've got that dip of death and all those areas around that. When you talk about brawlers per se, now, Draken, he's one of those players that we have seen in the recent competitive circuit. I think playing from CES Esports, now joining forces with the Brawlers. Going to be an exciting mix.
And I hope these OG players, they're going to be able to make a lot of waves. Because everyone's eyes are definitely going to be stacked upon them. Sangwon is one of the most renowned players inside the community, hands down. And if he's able to make his debut in a really great note once again, things will be super intense for them in the future, because of course the fans are going to start rooting for them. There's going to be a lot of pressure off the fans, off the prize pool, off the tournaments. So in general, things will be spicy. Before now, DC taking a little bit of a blow upon themselves. Flamey knocked out. It's not going to be tough to get the follow man back up, but once again, it's Team Brawlers who was able to kick things off on a great note. Sangwon just looking to back away and reunite with his teammates, and I would say that's a wiser option.
Far from his pack, certainly has to reunite, need to rendezvous, but looking at what they're trying to implement, can't really figure out. Maybe they're just kind of getting a little pincer down, a little pinned to that spot. Now DC, the buck stops at them. How do they respond to this situation? That's the big question over here, Necro, because now if they want to spread out a little bit, maybe kind of engulf them like an amoeba, I think that's the right way to go. And likewise, we've witnessed that new point structure coming out. And getting those 4 early eliminations, I think that should really set them up for success.
That should. We've got Autobots on the screen, Fixes, and this team, recently, they have been looking at the top of their game, hands down. Rico is a great addition to this team, and they indeed have been making waves recently in some of the third-party tournaments, too. But as I mentioned, what matters is right now, this tournament itself, considering it is one of the official tournaments, there is probably going to be a little bit of jitters inside of the first game itself. Autobots, when we saw them perform in 2023, indeed, we all were super shocked at the performance they were able to output. But hopefully the same thing continues on forward inside of 2024 as well. And definitely, as I mentioned, the pressure will be there.
And, to kind of add upon that a little bit, feels like it's the same soda just served in a new bottle, don't you think? You've got 3 players who've played with each other previously,
Yep.
then addition of Siri into the roster, coming in from Psych. They've had their fair share of troubles. I think Ace Black, if my memory serves right, was the one leading the team, but could not really produce those results. And Siri wasn't really having a great time with Team Psych, hence deciding to join forces and have made some quick rotations, dropping off around the western side of the map. This time, however, finds himself in a good spot. Now the circle kind of inclined towards a little southwestern side. Team Godlike in some prime position. They love doing that. Drop down at Rozok, get on towards the Volcano Hill compounds, and they do have some good real estate, just exactly where they want to be.
They indeed do. As we mentioned, Godlike being able to have a solid position in their hands right now. AUTOBOTZ is right above them. Definitely can be a bit of a threat that's currently approaching them as well. Brawlers down south, just barely playing on the edges too. At this point, just everyone's just waiting for the upcoming circle shift, and that's when the real fate's going to be decided. Godlike, as we all know, it's all good in the hood for them. They have gotten a 2-2 split to play around with. 2 of the players on the high ground, 2 of the players inside of the compound itself. Let's see how well this split's going to work out. The 2 of the players at the top, they're of course going to try to provide the cover to the players in the front lines and also gain a little bit of intel so that maybe in the future they can have a clear pathway to rotate inside of the zone.
The alarm bells certainly look to be tolling for Team Brawlers. Look at Grind 1. Look at how well positioned Tony G is. It's all about just keeping that stealth mode activated. However, considering the fact that he did travel with a buggy, surely Brawlers are aware of them. And Grind 1 have been keeping a close eye on every single movement of Team Brawlers. Draken, he's kind of confused at this point. What does he do? Still having the better of the circle, but surely Necro, that is kind of interrupting their flow right now. They need to get into the groove.
Yeah, they do. Tony was out in the open, but hold on, what's going on over here? A push coming in from the side of TAMILAN Esports. There's a man at the top, and he's also priming a nade in his hands. And if he's not able to find the connection with that util, it's definitely going to be a bit of a problem. Molotov tossed on the floor, making sure that the players are not going to be able to push up. Ooh. But a nade comes in from TAMILAN, and it instantly catches the man. They knew exactly where he was. The closet room checked out. It's cleared. The man goes down, and instant confirmation followed up as well. It's going to be resist to get the confirmation. The rest of the players a little bit too far away. 2B, 4B, not that great of a start for them.
Yeah, the busted cop seems like one of their members was busted down by the players of TAMILAN. Again, the players holding around the shelter region just hunkered down over there. But when you look at TAMILAN, this is exactly what you would expect from a team like this. You know, they have been the epitome of grinding. They've been doing that every single day, every single hour. And seems like the fruits of their labors are finally starting to pay off. But Team Brawlers finding a little bit of a respite this time around. Make a little bit of a movement. Still on the shorelines though.
Just trying to play it as safe as possible. That's what they're doing. TAMILAN Esports quite close to Team IND. As IND are now looking forward to back away. Do not really want a lot to do with that fight. It's better to just back away and make sure even you've got a better positioning inside of the zone. At this point in time, there's a chance a third party might just hit the deck. So it's better to play it safe. And that's what even the other teams are doing.
You know, Team IND and along with that, so many of the others. Everybody's just floating around the map. But look at something really ludicrous. Team Godlike having that very interesting split. But you can see majority of the commotion is happening around the southern side. You've got so many of those teams. Look at ASG, you've got Grind 1, you've got REDX, you've got GLA, and even Team Brawlers. So we're going to see a lot of action happening around that region. Moment the circle kind of cuts back once again. But then again, when you look at Team TAMILAN's, and then you've got 12 busted cops, just beside them, you've got another team in the form of TM. So it's going to be interesting to see when those fights break out. But Necro, let's be honest, there's one team, Shevin Shaw, we haven't really touched upon them much. Another team, a few players from Asla coming in together, a few players from Shevenshaw, the former roster. They've been removed. Going to be interesting to see how they pan out today.
And if you remember, Asla in 2023 was one of the most aggressive teams too. So it's like a little bit of a mixture of Shevenshaw being super safe and then add that little bit of a touch of aggression. That's a dish. That sounds perfect to me. ASG getting his hands on that P9D. Nicely done. So maybe there's a chance this gun could definitely help him out a little bit more in the close ranges. It is one of the shredders indeed. As Majesty is now probably going to try to back away. It's not too safe to stay over here. ASG, another one of those teams that is quite new inside of the playing, and I want to see them, how the overall playing structure for them is going to be looking like in the future, because currently they're just playing on the edges, and I'm not a big fan of playing on the edges considering most of the teams are trying to contest that centric spot. And right now, towards the center, it's Team Godlike. They've also got the Potato Hill control. They've spread themselves out so wide apart. But even if one of the players gets knocked out, it's a big problem. 7 Shores as well, just on a quick move. The next circle is going to be popping up soon enough in front of us. And once again, it goes up a little bit north, but it's not that much of a hard shift.
Indeed it isn't. But Team Godlike finally, I think, they're going to reunite their forces, get their pieces back together. But I really like the position that Team Risen has gotten for themselves. And even for the likes of GLA, you've got a couple of those warehouse compounds just towards the eastern sides in the open lands around Pochinki. If they could have that control over that, or maybe the Pochinki Hills, but it's going to be a little difficult considering the fact that DC have already established themselves. But this is the time you could see the flood pour in. It's going to be from the eastern side, and as we are speaking, already the fights have begun. ASG find themselves suddenly in a whole world of trouble.
As I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of playing around the edges, and that's what happened with ASG. They were forced to push against this team because they wanted to be the quick ones to breach inside of the zone as well. And now it's Corey. Pulls out the shotgun. He's got no clue. There's a man right around the corner. Finally spots the man as well, but the connection's not there. It's such an awkward fight, too. Both of them missing a lot of the shots, and Corey is also taking a lot of damage in return. It's better to back away from this fight, Corey, and that's what he does. But then he's also taking too much damage. It's getting a little too tough, and he gets jump shotted. That's done for Corey. ASG, what a big blunder that was. They made the push happen in quite a desperate fashion, and they instantly get dealt with.
And it's not just that. REDX officials, amazing performance out there. Having just lost one player, getting 4 finishes in turn. I would love that. But seems like they aren't out of the woods yet. Look at Team Brawlers.
Oh my god.
Just traversing right beside them as the wrestling was going on. They also want to be a part of this triple threat matchup. And yeah, I think the best way out is just not deal with this situation right now. Get inside the circle, find maybe a better room to play around with. And that is exactly what Team Brawlers have opted for.
Exactly. Duking it out against REDX is not going to be that good of an option considering they've got the hard cover to play with. And defending that hard cover is going to be much more easier comparing breaching in. So it's just better to play a little bit more laid back, safe back, and just try and play for the placements at this point in time. Because Brawlers, they do not really need a brawl. All they need to do is just secure a safe place. And that's what they're doing so far, too. Just trying to scout the surroundings, making sure they're not going to be backstabbed in the future. That's why you see Sangwan just moving a little bit away from that pack. But this is how the fight escalated. REDX was the one to find the initial lock, and then later on, Sharik able to get the second one, too. The pieces just dropped down instantly.
They were quite unprepared, I must say. This was just a hasty push. Seems like they were out of option. They wanted to contest for that objective, and they fell flat on their faces. But when you look at the other teams of how they've really positioned themselves, the Grind one, I'm loving what they're doing right now. They've managed to establish that central control. They've gotten their forces back together. They're starting to piece this up. Now, when you look at DC, as a matter of fact, they're kind of in that concrete position from quite some time. Did not make a lot of those movements. In fact, I can just go on to say, haven't really moved a muscle. But when you talk about few of those teams, still just kind of trying to duke it out around the southern peripheries of the circle. That's where things start getting interesting, because TAMILAN Esports, they did manage to get one finish, and seems like REDX could be the next team on their radar.
But once again, as I mentioned, trying to breach inside of that compound is not going to be that good of a decision. Considering this late inside of the game, you can be easily third-partied. And that's what TAMILAN Esports is realizing as well. Just trying to secure the compounds around it. Yeah, for now, it's all good in the hood for TAMILAN Esports. But once again, they're still on the extremities, right? And if the circle takes a hard shift away from them, which is highly likely, in my opinion, then things are definitely going to be a little bit more dicey. And as I mentioned, that's what exactly happens. The circle shifts up north, and once again, just gracing to the players of IND.
Oh, this is where things really start getting exciting, Necro, because a lot of those teams could be the potential contenders. IND on one side, they've got some good concrete real estate. Our school still hasn't been occupied yet, but we know that the history has been dictating the fact that the circle usually kind of takes that certain shift from around here. Godlike finally in play, have spotted these players out of Shevenshaw, have taken a couple of shots, but nothing seemed to have connected so far. But the second time is going to be a charm as Admino explodes the vehicle on Tiger.
Godlike at this point, they're just going to be the kids in the candy store and just trying to grab on anything that they can. And they're also getting so many chances to latch onto these elimination points too. 2B4B in the back lines, and they're also in a big world of trouble. They do not have any vehicles to make the rotations from, and Tiger soon enough is going to be bleeding to his death, and that's what exactly happens. Godlike, they have gotten so many chances to try and hold so many teams at the edge, and that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to make sure teams are not going to be able to find that breaching point, at least from that spot itself. Seven Shores up against the players of Team IND. For Seven Shores, that is one of those passive teams, and once again, they're doing the same thing. They like to play things a little bit defensive, calm, and composed, and that's what they're doing once again. But Team IND, we never know. If they want, they definitely can make the push happen.
However, I must really point out, this was not what they intended. They were trying to traverse around, maybe get a better position inside the zone, and one of their teammates just explodes, right? And the next thing they do is the panic kind of sets in, and they just want some cover, want some position where they can recuperate. But for Team Godlike, I think they've gotten that high ground position to themselves and have a team, 2B4B, right in front of them. They have them pincered down. They're yet to make their movement because when you look at them, they're outside the circle. But when you talk about the others, Autobots are yet to make a mark. But now we've got another fight breaking out. It is going to be between Team RPS going up against Risen. Apparently, it's a replay. And a lot of things have happened whilst this was going on. And Oxen, last I checked, Necro, wasn't DBS nerfed? How did he find that range?
Well, I mean, they did not really nerf the range or the damage. They just nerfed the timing onto that. So, yeah, I mean, once again, DBS is still pretty good, man, if you do manage to connect that first shot ever. So, once again, that's what we're seeing in front of us. It's just going to be the timing between the first shot you take and the second shot. But for now, it's going to be TEAMZERO officials going up against Team REDX. And REDX this time, they were looking super desperate to get this compound control in their hands. But they're getting slapped and smacked across the floor. TEAMZERO, they're doing a fantastic job in making sure REDX, they're not going to stand a chance, and they don't.
Whilst all of this is happening, even the likes of Brawlers, they're also starting to fall. But TM, that's a really nice fight over there. Getting those extra few finishes would certainly help them out. And like anticipated, the circle has taken a certain shift. But look at so many of those teams duking it out. It is going to be Autobots who have the driver's seat right now. IGL at a sliver of HP along with Upsurge.
Oh my God,
and suddenly
what?
Autobots, they get decimated, evaporated outside the server.
2B4B was just role-playing as a rookie, but they're not. It was a fake mask they put on before now. They're also getting approached by Team Godlike because they know the players are also quite hurt. A nade being tossed in, and it's going to find the confirmation, and that's it. 2B4B, after getting that squad wipe, getting wiped themselves, and now there's another fight brewing up in front of us. DC up against RPS. As Oxen is knocked out, Scott is in the back lines, and Proton's just trying to gain some information, driving around inside of the vehicle. Proton, he needs to pull off a miraculous clutch. He's also going for the shots inside of the smoke, hoping to find at least some connections, but he's not able to do so. Pulls out the DBS, now looking forward to push up close and personal. DC, they're falling off, they're falling apart. RPS is doing a great job inside of this fight so far. And this phenomenal fight that they have been putting up against 12 busted cops. 12 busted cops, they instantly crumbled down. They crack under that pressure.
Yeah, but the Rippers, they certainly are ripping the lobby apart. Especially Proton, that Molotov thrown into perfection. That is exactly what they needed, as they are trying to establish that edge control. But yeah, they kind of are privy to the fact that they still have to get inside the zone. And you talk about the circle, there is only one team, that is Team Godlike, who've got the best positioning inside the circle. Whilst every single one of them, they're going to be fighting it out amongst each other. Team GLA, they want to push fight against Team RPS. But RPS show no signs of interest. They want to get the hell out of here. But how do they do that considering there is Grind 1 watching right over them?
It's probably going to be another rotation clash fixes. It's all the desperation trying to make the moves, and the teams are not able to think that freely. And this is what happens once again. RPS just straight up clashing against Team Grind 1. They've got no other option as well. The man ejects out in the open, and he instantly gets smacked on the face with the DBS. Curse got in the back lines. He's got the vehicle as the cover. He takes another man down. Grind 1 definitely facing the front as well. The damage is being dealt on both the sides, and Grind 1 definitely trying their best to try and get things back under control. But what a great shot that was! Curran able to shut down another man from RPS. This is one of the most scrappy fights I've witnessed. Grind 1 should be the one to wipe the floor.
They certainly should have been, but they kind of ended up wrestling each other. And seems like Karan, he might be a dead man walking with the way he's proceeding just next to it. Godlike, I'm pretty sure they've heard this commotion. They know there's somebody unwanted lingering right beside them. But hold on, GLA and 12BSTD, they're right beside each other at this very given moment. Just utilizing as much utility you have on you, because they both, and in fact 3 of them, even Team IND, who just want to fight right now, have to get inside the circle. And seems like Choco, he's got only one option: try and garner as many finishes as possible.
Foxy, the floor's lava, be careful. And finally realizes that, backs away. The util was tossed in really close. Choco, what can he do? Is definitely choking in the scenario.
Aww.
He does get one though before he gets taken down, but still, it's really not going to have that much of an impact. The players will be able to get the fallen man back up quickly enough. Talk about the next circle. It just graces its presence to the players of Godlike, and once again, Godlike finding themselves on the lucky side, also having the high ground to play with. The stars are aligned, fixes. Now it's their time to strike.
It's certainly their game to lose at this point. Shade in a 1v1 collision against Night Knight, not having the best of HP, but that slap really connects. It's all about the next player connecting that one shot, and it could mark the end for 12BTST, and that indeed has happened, as GLA, in fact Shade, has managed to clutch it out, but right now they are far from being safe. Karan somehow still surviving Necro, but one good grenade from Sims' side could change everything.
Oh, and it actually finds the mark as well. The man's now taken down way too low. Another one sails in, but it's a little bit too far away, but it's still fine. All that was needed was to chip damage, and as I mentioned, the stars were aligned, and it was their time to strike, and they do so. Team Godlike able to kick things off in a fantastic fashion, getting the first chicken dinner of the day.
What a way to start their campaign into the BGIS grind with a chicken dinner in fashion, in style. And lo and behold, I mean, you do fall in awe with the way Jelly just guided the team in the right spots, in the right places. And I think we need to talk about their drop location, right? And that certainly did help them out. Quick rotation, stayed away from all those fights, waited for the zone to start shrinking. And once that happened, the players kind of got online after the 4th or the 5th zone. And that is where they started racking up so many of those finishes. Whilst everybody else in the lobby, I do not know if they were not following what was happening. Everybody kind of lingering around the edges, and look what happened to them.
Once again, going back to the chains drop location that you're bringing up over and over again, right? We know school is one of the centric spot of the entire map. No matter where the circle forms, you can easily have a rotation from that spot itself. And that's what is kind of favoring the players of Godlike as well. But as I mentioned, when there's going to be another team which likes to drop in that same spot, that's when the real problem starts brewing up. Because when the collision happens, one thing is for sure, at least one of the teams will need to take an exit from that drop location. And which that team will be, that's for the future. But as I mentioned, for now, the drop location towards the school area is perfect. It's in the smack center of the map. All you need to do is just loot up as much as you can and then instantly move inside the center of the circle.
But now I think that sets us back towards the discussion that you were having, whilst we have the other, well-known teams back into the lobby, and they kind of share the same server with them.
Yeah.
What are they going to do next? But, moreover, I think we witnessed a lot of those beautiful fights, some nice clutches coming out. We did see a few of those players really stepping it up, especially Shade towards the very end. That one clutch against BTST, that was amazing. But when you talk about the remainders, right, I think Team Brawlers, they were kind of stuck right from the very start. What happened to Autobots is kind of difficult to process because, they wanted to play around the edges whilst they were trying to get inside the circle, suddenly get clobbered down. So much of those teams being just picked off from the edges position. Nobody really trying to intend to contest for the center. I'm starting to raise questions. Have these teams been watching the games at all?
I hope they have been, because once again, even the circle plays a big role inside this, right, Fixes? Because the circle was taking hard shift after hard shift. As I mentioned, the circle was going to be shifting up north. It instantly shifted up north. But the main problem was the majority of the teams were down south and outside of the circle. And that's when the real panic started to set in. All the other teams, they wanted to make it inside of the circle as quick as possible. They started ramming their vehicles on the compound. That's when the majority of the fights erupted as well. That's when REDX got themselves the advantage in the fight against ASG, and they were able to wipe them out instantly from the floor. Moving on forward, the same thing happened with Team Brawlers too. Even they were looking super desperate to try and make it inside of the zone. Even Team Brawlers got easily dealt with. And another fight that we saw was 12 busted cops against Rippers. Even 12 busted cops, they just got busted open because there was a little bit of a split that happened in that fight itself, where two of the players were in the front, just far away from the fight completely, and the rest two players were just left back to try and fight it out against Rippers. And it's just unfortunate. A 2v4 is a little bit too tough.
I'm going to talk about that because I have a little bit of a contrasting opinion on that. But right now, let's look at some facts and figures, right? Who do you think the MVP is going to be, right? Somebody from Godlike or somebody that we do not know. Maybe it could be Shade, because last we saw he had 4 finishes to his name. And yes, it is going to be Proton from the Rippers. So interesting stats. Again, new kids on the block. They are starting to deliver. And 5 finishes for this lad. 50% of finish contribution. So Rippers, they've had a decent position point, and with 10 finishes to their name, exactly the kind of a start you would want.
I mean, the fact that Rippers were almost able to wipe out the Grind 1 was a big shocker in my opinion. But yeah, soon enough, we're going to have the top 5 performers of the previous game in front of us. Proton doing a fantastic job with 5 finishes and 9% map impact with a finish contribution of 50%. And then you move on forward towards the top 5. Someone has to be there from the side of Godlike too, because they had the prime positioning in the hand for a really long time. It's actually going to be the IGL himself, Jelly, getting 4 elimination points, and then Admino 2 on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. The captain leading the team from the front. And surely when you get those finishes to your name, I'm pretty sure you must be really ecstatic about it. But then again, team RTGIND, they started off their journey at Isnaya. We did see them, they engaged in a couple of fights. They held on to the apartments area, and that's how Lobster managed to garner so many of those finishes. For GLA, we saw towards the end, Shade in that 1v1 situation, really managed to play pretty well, and Admino was the first one who kind of opened the charts off for Team Godlike, and I think he's one of the usual suspects, even formerly playing for OR alongside Jelly. I think these two boys have come a long way. But getting back to the conversation that we were kind of trying to have, because the moment the third circle opened up for us, I mean, I kind of spoke it out loud, right? It is gonna go a little down south, maybe towards that Potato Hills area, and that is something that exactly happened. If I could figure out, I'm pretty sure a lot of the others did, but what they did not do right, Necro, I feel, is they did not rotate early. They were waiting for the circle to kind of take shape, and that is when they decided to move around. Whilst they were all doing that, Team Godlike was already well established, concrete in the position, and they did not let anybody pass.
And once again, info gathering is an important phase of the game too. And we saw a lot of teams that were not even going for the valuable intel. They were just staying inside of the compounds and waiting for the upcoming circles to pop up. Maybe even that played a big role in not being able to pave the good pathway inside of the upcoming zones. Before now, we've got the point standings in front of us. Godlike getting 21 points, GLA Esports with 13, Grind 1 Esports. The fact that they were almost about to be wiped up by that team in the front, which was Rippers, was definitely quite surprising. But they still managed to get 12 points in total. Rippers as well, the same thing, 12 points. Moving on forward and looking at the latter half of the board, this is where we're going to see the disappointments and unfortunate endings. Seven Shore Esports, I had a lot of expectations from this team. The same thing can be said for AUTOBOTZ too.
Especially even Troy TAMILAN Esports. We did talk a lot about them. And the only finish they ever could get was the one from 12 Busted Cops. And the likes of Brawlers, well, they were kind of pinned down right from the very start. Autobots, however, could not really figure with what body language did they come into play. Kind of were quite unsure of what they wanted to try and execute, and yeah, they sort of fell short. But even for the likes of Seven Shaw Esports, we could see that frenzy set in. The moment the circle shifted, the moment they were trying to cross over, it was Team Godlike just raining hellfire on their direction. One of their players being picked off. The other three, they were forced to go back to the apartments. And that is where I think Team RTGIND just got the better of them.
And not just that, the same thing can be said for Brawlers too, right? Because we had a lot of expectations from Brawlers too. Them not being able to perform at the top of the chart was definitely a big shocker for us as well. You mentioned this actually during the game too, with the way they were rotating all the way down south, right? Moving from compound to compound. They were just trying to move in from the extremities. And somewhere down line, we knew the circle's not going to be shifting there too. But still, the Brawlers, the only thing they could see in front of them was just trying to keep their man number alive. And that was also a bit of a problem. Sometimes you need to take some of the fights. Some of the fights are unavoidable.
Yeah, I mean, there will be those situations. And I kind of felt like that the hesitancy was there with the players, right? The confidence, the body language surely goes on to say, like, I think teams have come underprepared today. I feel like all these teams, all these big names could go and perform much better. And I'm sorry to sound harsh because, you know, Necro, we have been emphasizing on this one point since I think day one. Even when I did come to cast, we could witness the lobby. Everybody has been focusing on the center, and that hasn't changed, right? Show me one team that could have managed to get a chicken dinner playing around the edges, and so many of these teams were trying to replicate that. Why? That's the big question over here. But, you know, what's happened has happened. It's time to bury the hatchet, move on. Because the next map is going to be Miramar. And, yeah, there were a few teams that really did impress us, Necro. I think Rippers has to be one of those teams. You know, getting those 10 finish points in the first game certainly has given them that adrenaline, maybe to carry it forward in Miramar and Sanhok as well.
Exactly, not shying away from any of the fights as well. Rippers was actually there in the front lines majority of the times, and as I mentioned, they were just taking a lot of those fights as well, not scared of anyone. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Things that are quite exciting too, well, this promo as well that we're about to show you guys, it's also super exciting. So let's move forward and look at it. That amazing X-Suit. Once again, I know I've been elaborating too much on this topic. In-game cosmetics, yeah, yada, yada, yada. I'm a big fan of those. Fixes, the same thing for him as well. And, you know, sometimes people say that, yeah, you know, like getting a little bit of in-game cosmetics inside of the game might just boost your skills as well. It's a myth. I confirm it. It's a myth. I've tried it.
I don't know. I mean, it has worked out for me. I'm not that big of a pro. But, you know, while she was talking about it, I was just going on with that spin. Just 10 UC. It's easily affordable.
Oh, wow.
And sadly, I did not get anything. Maybe I'm going to try my luck tomorrow. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for the second map to begin. It is going to be in Miramar. And we will have the same set of teams playing in. We did see a few of those teams did flourish. And there were many that did not, hoping that they recover in this game. Whilst all of it is happening, there's a slight change on the desk as well, as we've got Tanya back with us. So Tanya's been watching game number 1. She's absolutely excited. So Tanya, welcome back on the desk. And any other pointers that you want to mention that maybe we kind of missed out, or something that needs to be highlighted over here?
Hey Fixes, first of all, thanks for such a warm welcome. And yeah, sure, I'm super thrilled and delighted with the first map for the day. If we talk about Godlike, well, they had a magnificent performance without a doubt in terms of rotations. And Jelly and Admino, well, they had a good rumpus for other teams. they were surviving strong with some good strong zone reads as well. And we also have to talk about Proton. He was exceptionally well. I find Ripper's also very skillful, but definitely they can level up as and when. And I would really say GLA is extremely combative, to be honest. So if they are able to survive a little longer, a little bit of bad luck here and there that they were gate kept or something, but they were extremely combative and very energized. They were ready to go, all sending it in. Team IND struggled through the blue zone, lost players as well. Early rotation should be considered by this team in particular.
Yeah.
And TTL, I don't know how they got the first pick and then they were not seen throughout the match.
Yeah, the last we saw of them was being driven over by vehicles, and
Yeah.
again goes on to raise those fingers, those questions. What were these teams doing so late, not really getting in, contesting for the zone? The only team I think so far did actually try to contest was ASG when they kind of tried to initiate that fight against REDX. But yeah, they also fell short, right? Weren't really prepared for that ambush. But moreover, now heading forward to Miramar. We've seen those couple of Miramars yesterday, and it has been a similar storyline. You talk about Team Forever playing there. They dropped over at Chumacera, directly went and contested for the center. And yeah, we could see those results pretty much visible. However,
Yeah.
in contrast to the second game, it was OG Mizoram getting the win yesterday. But today, I think coming into Miramar, from what you've seen so far, Tanya, if you have to pick a team, go on.
Well, I'll talk about 2B4B a little here because I believe they've got a
Alright.
strong upper hand on the map of Miramar. Sure, we couldn't see them much of play on the map of Erangel, but if I to really look forward to a team who can be strong enough on the map of Miramar, it is going to be 2B4B. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go ahead with the second match for the day. It's week 2, day 2 as well, and it is map of Miramar.
Yeah, every single time Miramar comes into play, kind of fills my heart with joy. My favorite map. I mean, earlier it was considered the sniper's paradise, but heck, I don't care about that. What I love about this map per se is the fact that you can kind of be very tactical with your rotations. You can take those longer routes. You need to be very well versed with the topography, and most importantly, need to have vehicles. But like discussed, like Tanya said, looking at the flight path trajectory, La Benedita towards Monte Nuevo, kind of dissecting the maps into two halves. We've seen lately some new places already introduced, and for the viewers who haven't played Miramar, why don't you? Because honestly, not a lot of those campers like we find in Erangel, you get to see that, but in Miramar, you certainly are going to earn a lot of points. But coming back into the fray, coming back into the mix, I think TM, they are headed towards truck stop. I would love to see what they can, perform, or what they can deliver from that very drop location.
Well, personally, I feel there's not going to be any drop fights happening because same happened yesterday. In the map of Erangel, everybody was very, very interested to just jump in, start with the brawl as soon as possible. And I don't know how strong the group yesterday was. Not only one team, there were multiple teams who are indulging into early battles. But if we talk about today's team, and as per the read of map of Erangel, I'm not expecting much of early brawls happening. But if at all they happen, it might be between brawl itself, because this is the team that we are all looking forward to. They are back in the action and they're also sharing the grounds with other team. Apart from that, the spread outs are very convenient. Flight path, little bit on the southern side, sure, but spreading out is not going to be the cause of concern. But look at the circle, favoring each and every direction. So it's the perfect time to go ahead to your favorite spot.
Oh, certainly. And when you take a look at this particular circle, we've seen many iterations out of it. And this is one of those games I really would love to see RTGIND win this out, dropping down at Picardo. And usually, from my experience, I've seen the circle sort of end around the southern hills. But now we can see a fight already breaking out. Neo, he's gotten the better out of one of the players of Team TAMILAN. And Spidey, he's already out of the server. The alarm bells already tolling in for TTE. Now, this has just made things worse, hasn't it, Tanya?
Well, TTE, they are, they really want to go for early pick. They tried the same as they did, but unfortunately this time they are the one who are going to lose the player. And rest apart, 3-man is still fine play set, fine mindset to go for 3v4 situation. Sure, in the final circle, it might be a cause of concern. But as of now, it's going to be Team Zero who is trying to find out any other opponents laying across, because you definitely want to get heads on and take down the player, because this is the right time you want to go. If you have a good weaponry, you'd want the player, you would definitely want to achieve those extra finish points. But I believe the opposite team is not looking forward for the same. They don't want to lose player furthermore.
I think yesterday we saw Team Zero in play and they were firing on all cylinders. And this time, since we have got Team Zero officials, I think goes on to say that we do have our expectations really high. The previous Team Zero, the one of Scout, has really put the bars up there. But Team GLA, are they aware? REDX officials just beside them. Oh my god, somebody needs to save Mupin, but he's really fast, he's really quick on his triggers. Opens it up again, Sharik. And REDX officials, we did see in the previous game of Erangel, they managed to get that first knock. But right now, they've already lost one of those players. And seems like the tables have flipped in the map of Miramar. And look at Red King, is he lost? Has he not found his way? And now GLA, they need to provide that assistance. I think Mupin has done enough.
GLA have been very good in previous map as well. They are pretty aggressive and they are looking for more finish points over here. Will he be able to get one? Sure. He attempted, but it gets denied. He's down on the knees and it's going to be Zorogod from REDX who's going to confirm the finish. And also now GLA remaining with 3 players. Foxy come in as a savior, but I believe it's very, very late to intrude in this fight, because Foxy definitely trying to barge in while the players are low on HP. I wouldn't recommend this sort of a push, because he still needs to invite other of his teammates. And as soon as we talk about it, we got Obito also joining in. The league throwables involved, and the revenge shall be taken right here, right now. They get 4 finish points at the cost of 1 player. Mupin.
A little too late, but the job certainly been accomplished. Not a clean assassination over here though, but Team GLA would be quite gutted, because Mupin, those were some nice heroics from him, was left stranded. And this kind of gets me back to that discussion, Tanya, when I was constantly saying, harping over the fact that you need to stick together. Do not try those fancy shenanigans. Do not try, kind of separating yourselves. At the very least, stick in pairs. And had that happened, right, if there was somebody along with Mupin to maybe trade him out, because he had already managed to take down 2, could have certainly helped them in their endeavors, and maybe Mupin would be still breathing inside the lobby. And the moment you have 3 players and suddenly you have lost out on the 4th, that kind of puts you on a little bit of a back foot, don't you think? Because then every single time you want to force fights, you have to think not just twice but maybe multiple times.
Definitely. When you lose a player, you are handicapped from that very main point. So I do believe there's a loss of player, but as per GLA's performance in the previous map, I believe it's not going to concern them a lot. And splitting apart was something that I was not looking forward to it, but it was just right off the battle. First, it was stage 1, and everybody was going very passive in the previous map, so the expectations were going the same way, and it was out of the boxes where they had to face off Team REDX, losing a player, and then the teams immediately jumping in. And when I spotted 1 player only, it left me with the words, this is a risky move. But then 3 players pushing against the player who were very low on HP, and it turned out very well for them. So let's hope they get the circumstances where 3v4 should not be the cause of concern. Now the chicken dinner baggers again going in with the same safe strategies. They are trying to split apart a little, getting in the best of the loots and holding in within the circle. Their zone reads are pretty clear this time, and we would definitely give a round of applause to Jelly on this point.
There have been a couple of changes here as well. Godlike, we have known since this game was in its very inception. They've always been dropping down at the Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, as they say it. But we'll just have a little bit of a conversation about that. But look at how beautifully Mupin just positioned himself. And I think he was alive for a good 30 seconds. And while the backup could have really come in, it was just a little too late. He needed to buy maybe a little bit more time. But yeah, coming back to the discussion that we were having now, Godlike, really interesting approach, because haven't really seen Jelly execute the San Martin split. Now, the one reason that I feel that San Martin is very accessible, because for A, it's a huge area. You get abundance of that loot, a little bit around the center, the heart of Miramar. So you kind of tend to rotate quickly. But considering how the circle goes on, I really think that Jelly must be hoping that had he gone back to his old ways, maybe this could have been more beneficial, because kind of trying to drop around La Bendita, that is what they used to do back in the OR days, as now that spot has completely been taken up. And that's just not one team, but we've got Team Troy Tamilans, and then we've got Team 2B4B.
Troy Tamilans, in short, a fun player. And if we talk about 7 Shore, they did not have a good start, but definitely they can convert this one into a better map. They've got eyes upon Team IND, but as of now, they're not looking forward to initiate. But there's on the other side, it's Lobster, who doesn't only want to initiate, but also wants to convince with those extra finish points. Will Shore Devil, 7 Shore Devil, get a finisher? Smokes used Tiger as a savior, and
Wow.
It's done. Couldn't be saved. Lobster gets that finisher while on the verge of rotations.
And honestly, Tanya, he was quite clinical as well. And he just scoots away as if he did no dirty job there. Monkey business done and dusted. They're going to feel really happy about that. But the one team that maybe does not have that smile on their face has to be AUTOBOTZ. Really a big name, and kind of fell short in the first game, and now again struggling against the blue, still around the very peripheries of the northwestern sides, around Crater Fields. That is where they're located. Now finally all these teams have woken back to their senses, right? Look at the center. Now it feels a lot more occupied. You could see, Team Rippers over there, and considering the fact that Rippers in the previous game managed to accrue 10 finish points to their name, and this time, if they can add it along with some good position points, I think certainly a top 3 finish by the end of the Sanhok game.
Talking about Godlike once again, they are in the split of 2-2 with all the vehicles and the rotations going in within their fair spot. Sure, the drop point was changed, but they are going to go back to the roots because that is where the circle is going to push them back. And actually, I was looking forward for Devil to initiate the battle because they were the team there sticking to each other. Instead, Lobster being all solo, invading, getting a pick, moving out of sight, evading the fight. Like it was pretty quick. That point will really matter in later stages.
Yeah, I mean, it was so clinical, didn't you? See, I think the only assumption in my mind is, I think, his opposition did not have any clue as to that he was being watched. And Lobster, we've seen him handle pressure, formerly playing from LOC, but hold on, Brawlers, they've got TEAMZERO officials right beside them. Draken, he's well aware of the situation. Certainly waiting for that golden opportunity. The window is over there as he tries to thread the needle, takes a few shots, but it's only going to be a couple of shots that connect as TEAMZERO gets out of harm's way. Now the big question over here is, do they fight back? Because objectively, they kind of have a good center. They've got a little bit of a high ground. Maybe let it simmer a while. Maybe let the players of Brawlers come out of their hiding. And that's where they could get the deed done. But hey, finally a new location. This is what we were talking about. TEAMZERO officials deciding to take control over the truck stop area.
It's a temporary pause. We all know about it. And they did not reciprocate with those shots. They could have easily caught him off guard. He was wide in the open, but there's some other team as well who is wide in the open, and this time it's Jelly against Reapers. Reapers, the team who has done perfectly well, though they did not end up as clean as they could have. Jonathan trying to be the savior as of now, and a perfect spray required is going to put a pause and hold to the invaders. They have got the height advantage, Team Reapers in particular, so they should be able to use it better. But Jonathan is trying to bring a pause and later on maybe trying to create some plans in and out over here.
I've got to be honest, Tanya. was kind of gutted. Again, the similar problems for Team Godlike. Not every time you're gonna wake up at the right side of the bed, would you? It's playing around that 3-1 split. We've seen in the domestic circuit time and time again, same mistakes are being repeated. At least this time, however, in the official tournament, when it matters the most, they did manage to get that first chicken dinner. Already their head being cut off from Team Godlike. How do they recover from this? And the idea behind it is pretty evident, right? They want to have a little bit more of that territorial control. But having lost out on Jelly at the very early moments of the game is certainly not a good news, as so many of these teams have already occupied the central position. A few others, Team GLA, I think did have a good start into the game, losing out on Mupan. Now they've also made their rotations, this time around the northern sides. But we can see the Dream Chase is just beside BGMI Indy. It's going to be interesting. Lobster, he had managed to take one finish just a couple of moments ago. And now seems like Dream Chaser, they have been spotted out. And I think they will be the ones that have been chased away.
They're not looking forward to involve in any fight. They just want to move out of sight. Sure, they did give some pot shots that did not even connect, I believe. And now all they want to do is go into the best of the position where they not only survive for a while, but also they stand in a position wherever they break out the brawl, they win that one. As of now, they're trying to get this rich control. And again, this time it's the different team they're looking forward to with no information. There was a team, I believe Goku was quite too early to predict that there's nobody there and trying to rush into the new compound, and Zark will definitely get hold on to this compound. And very nearby there's one more team. Before the zone takes shift, every teams are just trying to go centralized, and this is a typical strategy coming in from each and every team except for Team IND, who definitely want to slow down, enter at its own pace, but at this point of time they also want to make sure. But look at it, we've got 2B4B, one of the strongest upper hands on the map of Miramar, are trying to pick a fight against Team Godlike. They've already lost one player, if I'm not mistaken. It is Godlike, right?
Up against Dream Chasers right now.
Okay.
Godlike still out of harm's way, just around hunkered at the graveyard's position. That's where they are. But looking at the map feed, 2B4B, this is exactly where they want to be. Have the best cover right now. Got a little bit of a high ground to play around with. Very difficult to push up against. And now look at all that migration finally pour in. You've got Rippers at a very solid spot, and the southern side looks to be absolutely stacked up. You've got the likes of RTGXIND, you've got the likes of Grind1, but ASG, now this is one of those teams that I think we need to touch upon a little bit, because in the previous Erangel game, the game just started and they took an early exit. A team coming in from Mizoram. We've seen yesterday OG Mizoram play so well. So kind of having the same expectations. The first game did not go the way they kind of initially planned. But Grind1, certainly Tanya, even you would go out to say that this is one of those teams that you're really hoping maybe performs very well in this game, at least ends up getting a chicken dinner. They did manage to get the podium though, but I don't think that's where they feel settled.
They're not going to feel settled, sure. They're going to give in all the best, if not, because if you achieve podium for once, you want to go in for number one. And here everyone is fighting for that #1. Sure, during the qualification stages, you can qualify being in top 64, but that alone, alongside is also a very big battle, because it's altogether 256 teams fighting in for 64 slots. But right now, if we talk about this situation, it's Team Risen fighting up against Team ASG, giving some pot shots through the smoke. They're not going to connect any. That was just created for the sake of confusion. And in the same time, it's going to be players, chiefly to be particular, he's going to heal himself up, ready up once again, and this fight is not going to take a pause. It is going to be Risen versus ASG. Let's see who is going to wipe off whom.
Risen, that's a fast spread. If you look at both these teams, as a matter of fact, goes on to put that question, are these teams prepared? They need to start grouping up, have a set idea, because talking about Risen, they're outside the zone. Now SG can play it according to the way they want. They've gotten that zone control, can just gatekeep. accordingly. And, Corey, in that Erangel fight, the moment he pushed on towards the pancake compounds, instantly just slapped on his face with that DBS. But this time, he wants to redeem himself on that little bit of a redemption arc and just kind of trying to, just move around, maybe find that little bit of an angle. And in doing so, sometimes I feel like these teams kind of get a little tunnel vision, so preoccupied that they forget that there could be others. But thankfully, there's nobody else out there to trouble them. So they've kind of got that avenue to play it around their own pace. But for Risen, I think they've also decided to back off. And the big question, however, Tanya, would be that where do they end up next? Do they have any vacant positions inside the circle?
Well, the circle is extremely full. This time there is no late rotator. Everybody wants to be within the circle, but circle is definitely going to take a hard shift. That is what my perception is, because circle can never be so soft on you. Circle is one of the most cruel thing that happens on the map of Miramar. Talking about ABZ Skrillex, still in the zone, tanking some zone damage. And now, if we have a look at CV, AUTOBOTZ is the team that we've talked a lot about, and we expect also a lot about. Being talking about AUTOBOTZ in particular, Rico will be the player to watch out for, because we have spotted him being the MVP several times. So let's see if he's able to continue the legacy in the publisher events as well. And CV, obviously being the IGL, one of the oldest player within the circuit, how strongly can he get hold on all the players, not only surviving but also making sure that whichever battle they dive into, they survive and that they win that battle in an exhilarating form where they don't lose a single number.
You know what, Tanya, I feel like they're not playing to their merits. They're not playing to their strengths, because AUTOBOTZ, look at that lineup. Look at Olo, you've got Rico, you've got Skrillex. They could take a lot of fights, for Christ's sake. And yet they're deciding to just play around the edges. However, Sylvie, this time around, he's got a decent position, at least as of now. But the moment the circle shifts away from him, he's playing on a gamble right now. AUTOBOTZ, they might really, fall flat once again. But Team Godlike making some interventions. That's a long rotation, far away from home. Another shift from their side. And the big question is, are they aware of AUTOBOTZ positioning? Because Sylvie should have spotted them out, and it's both ways. Rico fires up that M4. That's some beautiful damage already being dished out. However, Godlike really quick with the terrains. They kind of maneuver around, and still outside the blue though. They figured out that the northern side has already been taken. They need to find some other avenues of entry, and the next one will be around the truck stop area, the position where TEAMZERO officials are already quite settled.
Oh, well, Godlike definitely did not expect this to happen. They wanted to go for the longest route possible after losing a player, but it's going to be AUTOBOTZ who are not going to allow them walk through right in front of their faces. They are trying to deliver as much of damage as possible, but they are speeding up the cars, moving out of sight, and nothing is working. Siri, definitely, he was the player who joined in, who entered the circle first, and he has got a good position to hold on to. And if he's able to relay the exact information about the entry, on which direction the players are entering, and now it's going to be AUTOBOTZ not only battling against Team Godlike, they're also initiating multiple fights. Now this could be very, very risky for AUTOBOTZ.
Oh my god, Simp against the wall, all by his lonesome right now. He's far from home, far from his pack. He looks lost over there, desperate. Needs some help, but nobody there to provide the cover fire, as Admino could follow suit. Godlike in a whole world of peril. Something, they dug their own graves, as a matter of fact. As now Admino, the last survivor, he's gonna be put to rest. And AUTOBOTZ really having that glee smile on themselves. And now the next target has also been confirmed. They've got the players of TEAMZERO officials on their radar, because the circle shifted. And this is what I was worried about, Tanya. I had been constantly talking about this. The southern side around Minas Generalis, all these teams, the ones that they're in the circle, Team Troy Tamilans, they're going to feel so happy about it. But look at Rico, he wants to force his fight. 2 finishes already for AUTOBOTZ, and they are hungry for more.
Autobots finally picking up the pace. That was much more than necessary. They were pretty slow, and they did not only pick up fight with one team. It was multiple battle, and it was TEAMZERO as well, where they were trying to invade very strongly. And here we go, tribbles on both the sides. But look at Orlo, delivered a little bit of damage, and on the counterpart, he also tanked the damage, and now they're trying to move out of sight. Well, I don't think so. They are just again going to heal up. They are definitely going to boil themselves up and bring into the harsh version. And Seven Show, the last one of the rotators through the blue zone, they also successfully got one finish on the way. On the other side of map Show, Skrillex trying to chase in, but look at Sirvi giving a good cover fire. If anything happens, Sirvi has got an angle already pre-planned.
Yeah, he's got the bird's eye view, but seems like Autobots, they've caused so much commotion, so much chaos, but Sirvi is still succeeding though. It is, however, going to be Orlo surrounding them from two different directions and getting those knocks secured. And this is exactly how Autobots should be playing. This is exactly where they thrive. Get those finishes, take those fights, and do not let TEAMZERO pass through. But since they've been making a lot of noise, I think the Rippers are well aware that Autobots have been engaging in various battles, and the moment they try to get inside the circle, that is where they might decide to put a stop at them.
TEAMZERO, now they are catching their eyes against Risen. Very low on HP. Zone is also delivering a lot of damage. Now it's the time they not only have to rush towards the safe zone, but they are going to rush into the enemy's faces, which is going to be very, very risky. Lobster again coming into action against Brawl, but Brawl this time will also try to trade up the players, trade up the numbers, and Team Autobots, they have got a good positioning, entered as quick as possible, but it is going to be Team Risen, who is Team RPS, Reapers, who are waiting for them, but still on the lead. Autobots are not going to stop at all, no matter what. Two players down on the knees, they need to make sure that they have to revive them. But look at GLA, one of the most enthusiastic fighters within the lobby. They have also joined in the party. They don't have enough time to save two numbers. If they don't do it this match, sure, they got a lot of finishes, but getting the WWCD is still going to remain a dream.
Certainly, Salvi. But Team Autobots, they have been playing it to perfection, right? Getting those finish points on board. Whilst GLA, being one of those teams that had been silent initially, did manage to get that first wipe, but after that, they've gotten another. Now Autobots, Skrillex already down and out. Needs that revive. But Autobots against the world, just 30 seconds remaining for them to kind of get that revive and maybe get inside the circle. But before that, Risen, they will decide to push in on them. Sirvi on very low HP. He's been driven over as Orlo. He has to fight against the world, taking a couple of those shots as Joxy. He's been put down to the ground as Sweet from the backlines needs to spot out Skrillex. However, does he do that? That's the big question as the players of Autobots finally find themselves in a whole world of trouble as the grenade does come in and Sweet being taken down. Zipper from the backlines. He is again going to try his level best, but that's all she wrote as Autobots run through them. Look at this. 10 finishes already for this team as the circle has started to close in. They will be getting inside the zone, but there's still one more team. GLA, the deed has been unfinished, and this is where they look to be closing the chapter, but seems like Autobots, they are starting to fall.
It's going to be GLA who are keeping a keen eyes against Autobots, because Autobots have been strong dominators on this map. To be Furby, one of the strongest teams on the map of Miramar as per the analytics books, but they are also eliminated right now. It's going to be IND. They did not have a good start for the day, but I believe all they are looking forward to is just survive and maybe go ahead with the chicken dinner in the final circle, because now it's only 14 players and 5 teams remaining. Skrillex still trying to get the entry, dodging in some smoke. Look at Orlo, ambitious for finish points, and that is exactly what you got to do.
Yeah, finally Autobots, they feel possessed, and this is exactly the kind of carnage that I was expecting from their side as ASG again. They fall down. Corey being knocked out, did not see this coming through. RTGIND getting a little bit of that breathing space, but hold on. Skrillex had other ideas in his mind, and suddenly IND is starting to lose out on numbers as Autobots, they will be increasing their tally. 13 finishes for this team, and they do not seem to stop at anything at all. What a beautiful way to capture the circle, and they have that absolute control. And now this is their game to lose for sure, Tanya. As Rico, he's got the players of Team Troy Tamilans pinned down, and he's going to be pouring all that lead right onto their skulls.
Well, let's see if the players are going to push out right in the open, or they are going to make sure that they take their own sweet time, because they still have a little bit time in their hands. Toss a few smokes, go in for the right side, the clockwise direction rotation, and they might survive a little more. On the course, ASG Mizoram has already been eliminated with 4 finishes on their name, and on 4th position. Look at Lobster, the man who would do all the dirty job and evade right in front of the eyes, is going to get eyes upon Rico. He's going to knock him down. Does he get the opportunity to put a finisher? Not only that, he will be immediately traded down. Rico will survive for a while. It's going to be Siri, who was lost long ago. They definitely wouldn't want Rico to be taken down, but there's no way revival can come on the way. Look at Skrillex. He's ready to take this risk.
Oh yeah, Skrillex, he's walking so that the entire team could run over here, giving a helping hand to his teammate. As now a little bit of a Mexican standoff setting up. Radion outside the zone. I think we know what fate awaits him, but the final fight will definitely come down to the two teams, Autobots and Team Troy Tamilans. As Radion, well, he could throw a spanner to the works of maybe Autobots could get that one knock, could follow it up with another, as things have fallen down and has been made much so easier for the players of Team Troy Tamilans, as Orlo, the only one surviving, and suddenly the tables have been flipped as he needs to fight back, resist. He's been knocked out, needs to get a little bit of that breather, needs to patch himself up. He's got just that one first hit to work around, and Power Jord, he has to push at his direction, but he's got that advantage, and Orlo will take that with open arms, plays from the covers, take those shots, a little bit of a jiggle and jaggle, and there you have it. Team Autobots get this one in the bag. A beautiful, well-earned chicken dinner.
Autobots eSports just dominated in the map of Miramar. There was no full stop. It was all about going in, on and on, taking away everything that was possible, and the teamwork. I would highly appreciate the way Sirvi was trying to give in all the information. Even after losing Sirvi, the way the Skrillex just put himself on risk, going in, getting the revive done, but the last man standing, it was a 1v2 situation, clutching that, getting the winner chicken dinner with the ample amount of finish points. It was simply amazing coming in from Autobots, and this is exactly what we were expecting right off the bat.
Yeah, amaze balls. That's the only word I could describe. And, I was talking about it, and finally my qualms have been answered, right? Yeah, Autobots, this is one of those teams. They are known to take those fights. And, sometimes when you kind of come into the play, it's an official event, a lot matters, right? The way you perform and grind, and your BGIS journey is based upon that. And sometimes, even the most experienced one might feel that little bit of that butterfly, those jitters. And that is what happened in the first game of Erangel. But finally, CV and the boys reassuring the fans that, hey guys, I mean, we might have messed up the first game, but we are back and back in style.
Absolutely. And the trio, I believe Rico, Orlo and Sirvi, they have been a good trio for quite a while, and Skrillex was just about everything that was needed in the team. The risk taker, the risk bagger, and delivering everything what the team needs. Feeling bad for Godlike, sure, they lost a player early on. I believe the split strategy definitely did not work as it should have, as they might have planned. Losing an IGL early on, getting a longest route possible for the rotation, that also was very, very punishable, and they got punished for the same.
I think for Team Godlike, they just managed to get a chicken dinner. I really felt like they should have been going a little heavy in terms of picking fights, because again, you've got the likes of Admino, you've got Simp along with you, you've got Jonathan, one of the best players that this game has ever seen, and trying to make those long rotations with them, putting it in simple words, they kind of overthought. And that is how the cookie crumbled for them. But again, considering they had that little bit of a cushion, that has sort of been lifted off. But, you talk about the others, finally a little bit of a respite for the players of Team Troy Tamilans. At least they managed to get a good, decent position. But that one spray coming in from the last surviving player of RTGXIND, I think a game that was completely in the bag for Team Autobots. suddenly seemed like it could go either ways. But I think I loved how Orlo reacted to that situation. He instantly realized that he cannot wait for the players to push on him. He'll be instantly traded out. So what he did fantastically was that he picked up that first fight and then instantly positioned himself so very well that all he had to do was just get that final finish, put the final nail in the coffin, and there you have it. A beautiful, well-earned chicken dinner for Autobots and a very good game of Miramar. I've got to say that.
Absolutely, and I would call it a mega chicken dinner, and there's a reason for it. The amount of finishes they were able to procure. And talking about Orlo, sure, I would also admit to what you said. He was able to isolate 1v1 battles instead of going in for 1v2. That was just presence of mind that he used. Instead of going back foot, trying to revive or save his teammates, all he had to do was just go all in, get that isolated fights done, and that was everything. I believe by far this was one of the best Miramar I've ever seen.
Oh, for sure. And I'm just hoping, fingers crossed, that we get to see even better Miramars after this, because we had a little bit of a different kind of a circle. The iterations weren't that similar. We were kind of expecting somewhere around the southern Picado Hills, but it kind of went towards Minas Generalis. Autobots, they had a ludicrous rotation. They were not inside the zone. But let's talk about the MVP of this game. Few couple of facts and figures in front of our screen. And somebody has to be from Autobots. And Orlo, 10 finishes. Whoa. I think the highest so far, and this guy, take a bow.
Oh my God, he literally destroyed almost 2.5 teams, which is just amazing. One man against 2.5 teams, and it was a good teamwork as well. Orlo doing a lot of work. I was expecting Rico as well on the charts, but it's Orlo this time. Amazing teamwork, amazing front foot. I would be very honest about it. This guy was never hesitant about picking up or initiating any sort of fight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's 55, I'm rather keen to see how many total finishes have they accumulated for themselves. But looking at the top performers, I think we do have some usual suspects, right? Skrillex over there joining along with him, Lobster towards the end. He started things off, sniped one player, instantly went back to cover, then got 4 more. But when you talk about Team GLA, I think this is one of those teams that even Tanya, you would agree, they've been quite consistent. Even the first game of Erangel, they performed fairly well, and now they're just adding up to the tally. 8 finishes just out of 2 players, decent position points also. I think this is one of those teams that we're going to see in the top 3 for sure.
For sure, because they have been consistent with the amount of finishes that they have been able to procure. I believe, again, they were able to reach that double-digit figure. Even if they were not spotted in top 3 or top 4, to be precise, they were able to get those finish points. And what better way? Even if you don't get a chicken dinner and you are able to get those not podium but top 5 placements, that's great. Let's also have a look forward on the point standings. Autobots Esports, a total of 28 points. They were able to procure 18 finish points, which is massive and huge by far. TTE, well, they did not get a good chance in the map number 1. Sure, they had a good comeback here. RTG India, again, they were very, very consistent, and they made sure not only to survive but also on the way whenever they were able to pick up any fight. And in particular, if I had to talk about a player, it was Lobster, and I'm looking forward for such sneaky plays coming in from Lobster.
Oh, we would love to see more of that, more of Lobster in the entire team. But now GLA, the only team that I feel has been quite consistent over here. Autobots, after that massive fail in the first game, they kind of have managed to redeem themselves back and average out with really good points. But Grind 1 Esports, again, those 2 points after having such a good run in Erangel. But MIZORAM have something to latch on to, don't you think? 8 points, I think that should suffice at least for now. But 12 Busted Cops, the Brawlers, have the Brawlers even accumulated 1 point? Have they?
Well, the Brawlers is the team that we have been talking a lot about. Having said that, they've got few of the oldest players and stuff, but I believe we should conclude in the pattern, like if a team is not performing well on the map of Erangel and Miramar, Sanhok is definitely for those teams. So I believe 12 Busted Cops, the Brawlers, this is the right time to prove themselves on the map of Sanhok. But did you notice one more thing? The Booyah, the way winner chicken dinner baggers of map number 1 are right now in the bottom of the leaderboard with 0 points. And I believe they need to level up. They can't just win one and then shunned out in the second.
I mean, the way Godlike started off, I felt like they're going to be pushing for 40s or 50s. Now, which is Sanhok left into the mix? I don't know, really. Big question mark. And yeah, they did manage to get some 20 plus points, but it's all right. But when you talk about the others, Tanya, I think Rippers also was one of those names that I really thought to see some sort of consistency from, but did not get to see that. But whilst all of it is happening, ladies and gentlemen, from the 15th of April, we will have the commencement of the in-game qualifiers for the ones that you have already registered. Ensure that you come in to play your matches daily, and it'll go on till the 21st of April. So the window, we've already said it out and loud, do not come back to us that, hey, we missed out on our matches. And one more important thing, ensure that the only top 4 registered players are inside the lobby. Otherwise, it won't be counted.
So all the best to the players who are looking forward to participate, and definitely do not miss the chance, because it is a big stage, a big platform where you can prove yourself. And this is the era of the esports, definitely. And coming back to the map of Sanhok. So I personally feel Sanhok is the map where I personally call it, it's a table turner. So the teams who haven't been able to perform pretty good, maybe this is the time where they can prove themselves in a better way.
Oh, they certainly can, and I really hope to. And in fact, talking about Miramar, we saw Team Troy Millions losing out on a player and still managed to get that second spot. So much is happening, as we kind of would want to, unravel the mysteries of Sanhok, but our publishers, they've been giving us such mysterious stuff every single time that kind of makes us happy just looking at it. So again, one quick look at the promo right about now.
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
Well, to be honest, Rexes, Bullet Eco India will be one of the games where I might go grab my hands upon, because it's like go-to game for either of us when we want to just go for a time pass while we are traveling, or while we are not able to do something which requires a lot of PC stuff and everything. So it's always great to get hands on Bullet Eco.
Yeah, and the best part is to not take a lot of space on your phone also, and or you're on the go, you just quickly, maybe out on a day to looking out for, maybe you've got a couple of minutes to spare, and you just get into the action, and then you're back into the groove. But beautiful things have happened, but now it is time for a map of Sanhok, which does get me riled up, because now when you look at the matchup, we have the similar set of teams, Tanya. But we know history dictates for itself that every single time somebody dominates in Erangel and Miramar, they do not do well in Sanhok, and we get an unexpected winner. Whilst all of it is going to happen, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, because my man Necro is going to be back to entertain you guys.
We are going to continue with group number 13. It's going to be the last map of Sanhok. I myself, Tanya, alongside me, I would definitely want to welcome Necro. Hey Necro, what's up? How are you doing? And what do you have to say about AUTOBOTZ, the way they have been dominating in the map of Miramar?
AUTOBOTZ is one of the known teams, and I've been mentioning this from the start of the day, right? AUTOBOTZ, I've seen this team perform in 2023 as well, and they're looking really impressive now that we have seen a little bit of tweaks and changes in the lineup too. Once again, it's actually working out pretty well, but I feel like another talking point over here has to be GODLIKE. Making that unwanted rotation wasn't really necessary, and that's why GODLIKE, that just costed them their game.
I personally felt losing Jelly was something that they were not looking forward to. And after losing him, they were a little precarious about the situation. Instead of getting the plus out of it, they got an entire elimination, because they were kept eye upon, and it was AUTOBOTZ. Because at that particular time, when they were trying to fight off against GODLIKE, they did not even hesitate to again initiate fight with TEAMZERO. So it was like a two-way battle, and they won both of them. So I highly appreciate the way AUTOBOTZ have proven themselves on the map of Miramar.
And then once again, Simp was out in the open too, right? And one of the players just had a clear line of sight on top of Simp. He got the knockout. And then later on, the entire Godlike squad just came crumbling down. Godlike at this point in time, they're trying to play it a little bit too passive defensive, but they need to understand they do not really have a lot of info on the lobby, or at least that's what happened in the game of Miramar, right? Hopefully the same thing's not going to be repeated in the game of Sanhok. But, I mean, Fix has made a point over here saying that whichever team they perform well in Erangel and Miramar, they're not going to perform that well on the map of Sanhok. So we might see an off team just coming out on top and getting that chicken dinner. Maybe Seven Shore Esports. I've been mentioning about this team from the start of the day as well. Seven Shores is another known name, or maybe we might just see Team Brawlers coming out on top.
Yeah, Team Brawlers is the team who has not yet shown up anywhere, not in the terms of finishes, not in the terms of winner, chicken dinner. So this might be the team, because yesterday as well, we were talking about few teams who were not able to perform in the first two maps. And the Brawlers is the team that I'm keeping eye upon, that Sanhok should be the map where they bring in their A-tier game.
That is true, and with the way Brawlers have been playing so far, it feels like they're not well prepared for the games. I hope that's not going to be the case for Sanhok as well, because once again, a thing that might actually work with them is that Sanhok also brings in a lot of that RNG factor. It's also a zone-centric map, and considering it is a zone-centric map, if you do find yourself on the lucky shoes, and if you do get the zone right on top of you, then yeah, it's all good in the hood. You're going to find yourself on the lucky side of things. But if that's not going to be the case, well then good luck securing the zone, and good luck asserting the dominance inside of the lobby, because this team hasn't been able to do so at all. Another big talking point over here should be TAMILAN Esports finally waking up from the slumbers, getting that second spot. Now it's going to be all about the consistency. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The game of Sanhok begins right in front of us as the plane flat path starts all the way from Hothin towards docks.
Players ejecting to their particular locations, and it is always a map of Sanhok where spread outs are never the cause of concern. What really is concerning to me is that will there be early drop clash happening? Because if you have a look at the Northwestern Island, I do spot a lot of teams hopping in, but as soon as I say that, Necro, there's no drop clash happening there as well, because everybody is on the verge of spread out. Now coming back to the TTL team that you're talking about, you know, it went exactly opposite. TTL in the map of Erangel, they got first pick and then they were spotted nowhere. Now exactly opposite happened on the map of Miramar. They lost one player early on, and after that they were in top 3 into the podiums.
TEAMZERO officials engaging inside of a fight, and Wrecker already wrecking havoc inside of the lobby. Getting the first elimination point secured. TEAMZERO officials, not the ideal start they wanted to have, and considering the players are also out in the open, this is where the real panic starts to set in, Tanya, and this is where the players might just start to crumble down even more. Yush has got his hands on the util, looking forward to toss it inside of the shack. If he does find that perfect connection, if Zark does go down, this will be a big problem for DC, but no, instead, Zark is still up and alive. TEAMZERO, they do lose out on GODSGIVEN in return, but this is not going to be that well. If both these teams do collide, the damage will be dealt equally on both the sides, and Zark right now just trying to keep his position unknown. He does manage to get one of the knockouts, and one more man falls down.
Well, this was an immediate drop clash. Not much of choice on weaponry. I would be precise about it. But yeah, the players are down. Wrecker has already been able to get that first pick. Lost a player as well, Goku. Now let's see if they're looking forward to have more fight over here. It's going to be TEAMZERO. Will the player get the revive if Mario is trying to go ahead and get
nice.
Ouch! That was an immediate jump and trade action. It was a bait. The player just moving out in the open. They were very sure of that, yeah, the player will be revived, and Mario was taken down on the course. That was a perfect play and execution coming in from the side of TEAMZERO.
Oh, but look at Flamey at the top and the back lines, and none of the players from TEAMZERO, they've got clue that Flamey's in the back. So Flamey's got a chance to backstab this entire scenario, but he's still not trying to close in. Flamey's too far away. He needs to try and help his teammates. Wrecker being pushed up close and personal. Mario getting shot at from the back, and Wrecker getting dealt with. DC, they've pretty much lost this fight at this point. TEAMZERO, they got all the advantage. They started things off with a disadvantage, and still in the end, now they're ending things off with the advantage, and Flamey's still going for the overcommit towards the fight. This might not pan out that well. Flamey, it's going to be a 1v3, and he needs to get the resurrection back up on his arc. He's probably going to try to do so. TEAMZERO, they've got no clue that there's a res being stuck right now, right next to him. And TEAMZERO is still pretty unknown of the fact that there's going to be another foe lingering around them. Somewhere down line, still trying to cover out, or at least clear out the extremities and the outskirts. Flamey looking to toss a nade, and the nade will be tossed in the front lines. Unfortunately, it's not tossed in the right direction.
And there's a bad news as well. They don't have anything to heal up. So even if they are initiating the fight that just took a pause, that might end up in no good as of now. So it would have been great if at all they would have moved out of sight, but they want a commitment. It's a 2v3 with a player just being revived with no HP remaining, and on the counterpart, it's Flamey going in, and it's done and dusted. The player who was just revived, which is Zark, had no HP to fight. It was over-ambitious fight, which was really not necessary, but then you definitely tend to get punished for the immediate decisions you take. I liked at the point where the player was revived on time from the side of Dream Chasers, and then that comes to an end.
This early inside of the game, there's of course going to be the scarcity of the loot, and the same thing can be said for the players of Brawlers too. We expected Brawlers to maybe get a lucky draw inside of the game, but so far this is not looking that lucky. IND at the top. Lobster is one of those players, definitely a name to be feared. And Brawlers, they've definitely got the information that they can try and stack up on. Draken just trying to patch himself up slowly and steadily with the help of the bandages. And as I mentioned, this early inside of the game, there will be a scarcity to loot. And you can see the players does not even have the meds to try and patch himself up.
Brawl, the team that we have been looking forward to for quite a while, from map number 1 until now. This is going to be the third map for the day, last map for the day. And if they're not able to perform here, they might end up with no points, because map 1 did not end up in their favor, and right now they're trying to go as passive as possible. But there's something more happening on the side of REDX. We are seeing Zoro very low on HP, and who is on the other part is going to be a question. It's going to be Mayur trying to deliver as much of damage as possible, and he is not surrounded by any of his teammates. He's all by himself, going in, jumping in this fight. He's going to be getting self-eliminated. And if you have a look on his loot, doesn't have a good armor, doesn't have a good helmet to work out with, 2 health kits sure, but still going in 1v3. If he doesn't have that sort of information about what battle he's jumping into, he's on the very risky move.
True. And he's also out in the open. That's another point. 12 busted cops. Not a huge fan of the position they've got. And of course, as you mentioned, even the loot is not looking that great. One thing's for sure. Towards Corey, a lot of teams dropped. They duked it out. And then once again started things off with a disadvantage, or either a big advantage. RX taken down to a 2-man squad was another big red flags. REDX also looking forward to unleash their wrath against the opponent team. They do look quite decent on the loot. They've got decent weaponry on them at least. And Brawlers, just camping it out inside of these warehouses. Somewhere downline, REDX does know that there's Brawlers in the front lines too. And that's why they're slowly and steadily trying to creep and crawl up against Brawlers. As Vixie will probably be the one to engage inside of the fight first.
Let's see if he's going to end up in the positive note or no. And talking about Sharik from REDX, he is trying to get the information with the cover of the rocks. Now he's exactly in the vicinity, which was very unsafe. He will be immediately taken down by Vexy. What a good move. What a good hold. And he did not give a single foot. He was literally waiting for the player to pounce upon him, and he got the best of the opportunity with that also. 1 finish point. A good presence of mind with a lot of patience.
Brawlers playing it super quiet, getting the advantage inside of that fight. And now look at REDX also getting third party from somewhere else, Tanya. This is not a good news for them. And if this same thing keeps on continuing, it's actually going to be a little bit of a bad start. 12 busted cops also now slowly and steadily starting to be busted open. Another man spotted in the name of Mayur, but he instantly squeezes himself back in that cover. Godlike up against INT, and this fight as well can be super interesting considering Godlike, they were not able to start things off in quite a consistent way inside of Miramar. Now it's time for them to continue it on forward and move on towards Sanhok and try and get the momentum from Erangel and try and convert it towards Sanhok.
It's a play of patience, to be honest, and the way Team Brawler went in with all the patience. This is exactly what T2, which this team is currently trying to do. It's going to be 12 busted. They don't have a good day as well. Lost 2 players already. Sure, they have 2 finishes on their name, but I believe they are jumping into something which is not at all safe. It's going to be Team RTG India against them, which is a team you would definitely not want to fight against, because it's Lobster who has got a sneaky skill. So he would just jump in, get a finish point and run out of sight, evade into thin air like nothing as such existed. On the course, Knight has been spotted by Team Brawl. He will be taken down. 12 busted are getting busted from all different directions, and it is all about AKD, the last man standing. If he's looking forward for the finish points or for the survival points, the last thing he should be doing is holding on to grass and just survive and breathe without showing his presence.
This just really makes me wonder what exactly just happened with Busted Cops. The players were out in the open, just crawling. And then slowly and steadily, the individual players just start getting picked off until we're just left with Echo. That's rough. 12 busted cops, not having a proper game structure, not having a proper game plan. That just costed them this game. I mean, let's see how many points Echo is going to be able to secure for his team. If he's not able to do anything, well, it's a big red flag once again. For Team Godlike, though, all they need to make sure that they're not really overthinking a lot of the things, just like they did in the previous game, and just try and play with the flow of the game.
Well, talking about Godlike, they've got a different sort of a map going on, from top tier terrace view towards under the ground, and now again they're trying to create some space for themselves. Again, going with the same strategy, Nikro. They're going for the passive approach, surviving until the final circle, trying to get the centralized zone, but then it's going to be repetitive where they're going to fight against Autobots. It did not end up well, but then Jelly was also not there. So let's see, how does this 4v4 happen, if at all. They are looking forward to take a move towards the direction where Team Autobots is already waiting, and that's not going to be any warm welcome. That's going to be a heated battle happening.
Oh, and I'm a big fan of heated battles. I love those. They just add on that extra bit of entertainment that we need. And for now, Godlike talk about the heated battles. They've engaged themselves in one of those, finding one of the pick on the players of Grind 1. I mean, it's a knockout for now. The pick should be converted soon enough. And Jonathan, you can instantly see him pushing up close and personal with Admina. Both the players, they're known for their firepower. And the players of Godlike does want to take it up close and personal against him as well. They're pushing outside of the zone too to try and get their hands on these elimination points. Grind 1, they've got a massive team approaching them in the name of Godlike. And Jelly now at this point just scouting out the grounds, giving the information, conveying the info to the team, and runs one of the players over at the same time. Grind 1 Esports, they're now starting to get dismantled. And it's a systematic dismantling from the side of Godlike.
Very clinical approach through the zone, running down on the player. It's going to be Admina who might just close it, and it's Tony who's trying to heal up himself as much as possible while running through the vehicle, and there's no other way around it. There's no way he's going to save his teammate Karan. It's all about saving yourself up with those placement points. An amazing battle happening. Still, it's continued. All 4 players still intact for Team Godlike, and they're waiting for Karan. They're now finally they gave it a finisher. They gave it an end, and they're going to go enter the circle safely. This time the rotation did end up into the favor, but again they are still going with the same rut, the way they played in the map of Erangel and Miramar. Right now, it's at least falling into place the way they want it to be. But look at 12 busted cop. The last man standing has been spotted by Team ASG.
Oh my God! Shots taken from AKO. And once again, spotting out the entire team in the front lines. The man's now trying to prime up a nade. It's being tossed inside of the house. The man's barely chipped up as well. AKO getting completely pushed. And that's it. It is one to put that final nicely done. It's these those teams, right? Has been struggling 2 games, so maybe the Sanhok.
Well, they got the elimination somehow. 2 teams already eliminated. We have got 13 teams still playing in with 44 players remaining. Look at TTE's Resist. He's trying to get hold and just trying to get the exact view about where the opponents are. Talking about Team Reapers, they did have a good start in the map of Erangel. After that, we did not spot from them on the second map, but see what are their plans for the future, because this is the last map for the day and they are all 4 solid strong. And Team RTG India, one of the finest team, is eliminated and history repeats itself. The team to be amazing in map 1 or 2 doesn't end up so well in the map of Sanhok. So we have a room of opportunity for Brawlers, who is also not only spotted in a good shape, that is all 4 players intact, but also they have got 3 finishers on the name, as good as Team GODLIKE. So Nikro, what do you have to say about Team TTE's Resist holding on to this angle where Team Reapers is right in front of him?
I mean, all I hope is that the players in the back, they're going to be able to provide him a good cover. If his teammates fail, TTE, they crumble down instantly. They need to keep Resist alive. And right now, Resist, you could probably feel his heart pumping as well through his chest. He can hear all the footsteps in the front lines. He knows he's so close to his death. And that's why he's not even moving an inch. He's not even moving a muscle. TTE, on the opposite side, they've also got the information to play things around with. And for Reapers, the next zone is actually going to take a hard shift. So one thing is for sure, Reapers going to try to disengage from this entire scenario and just try and book it to the center of the zone.
And talking about the center of the zone, though, there's going to be one team already waiting over there, and it's Team GODLIKE also trying to push in towards the same direction. Now, that is not going to be a safe spot either ways. Circle is going to take twists and turns until the map ends, match ends to be precise. And on the other side, if you talk about Reapers, the player definitely manages to survive without even moving a single inch. And if there's something else that I would add on to the situation is, look at Tony G. He is holding on to himself, surviving all by himself because he needs those placement points. But having Autobots around the corner, they are good sniffers. They are able to get the information about the player's rotation, and particularly if there are vehicular rotations happening, which in cases definitely is against, it's going to be Autobots against Reapers at this point of time.
Autobots, hands down, is a solid team. Nothing taken away from that team, right? They've also got a great firepower. Sometimes even the team communication can be great. The only problem I've really noticed with Autobots is the positioning game. And sometimes the position that they try to acquire can be a little bit shaky. For now, though, Reaper's getting picked off by Grind 1. Or at least that's what it looks like. Proton as well knocked out a while ago. Tony G having such a big advantage inside of the fight. 3 elimination points to be claimed. And that's what Tony G's trying to do as well. Claims another one. 2 points in the packet. Nicely done. Tony G. Still, there's a third one lingering around somewhere, and the third man's just trying to back away. Maybe eliminate himself from the game and just deny that elimination point. Before now, 2B, 4B, they somehow avoid their elimination 2 inside of the game. Things could have been way dicey.
Losing to players, only 2 men surviving. The Fiend has got a plan to save his IGL, and having IGL in the team also gives you a better room, a better space, and also a breather. On the course, Team ASG has already been eliminated with just 2 finishers on the name. Look at Jelly trying to extract some information on the other side of the hill, and Edwina has already got eyes upon Zero God, hiding under the cover of just a trunk of a tree, which is definitely not a safe spot, but there's no other way around. Admino is not going to leave him all by himself, but look, on the other hand, GLA, the team was very, very ambitious to get some picks, finishes as much as possible, but this time they're against Autobots, 4 players pushing against Team GLA.
GLA for now. Just trying to hold things together. And Autobots, the players being in the back lines, just exchanging utilities from both the sides. but no one's able to find any sort of connection so far. Autobots just looking to find that one single good connect, and as soon as they do so, probably they're going to try to rush in instantly, and that's what Autobots is doing as well. Slowly and steadily asserting their dominance inside of the house, and finally they've done so. Pulls out the DBS, gets the first blow. Knockout is there, secure, not yet. Another nade tossed in. Rico almost could have been knocked out as well. But Rico repositioning should be the main key factor, and GLA slowly and steadily losing out on the man number. That's not a good news, but even Rico gets knocked out, or Orlo gets knocked out. Rico's in the back lines trying to patch himself up. GLA, in this fight, yeah, things are going way too back and forth. It's too scrappy.
Talking about Skrillex, as of now, he's the man who wouldn't hesitate to risk himself to revive his teammate. So if at all, Orlo has got a good positioning, he will get revived. And look at GLA, they are trying to do the same. It's going to be Mupan who is going to be saved immediately. So it's Autobots versus GLA still being continued. It's just the road that is going to keep a little bit of division against each other. But throwables and stuff will also deny this sort of hold. But if you have a look on the other side of the map, look at Godlike. They are again initiating some fight against TTE, and they have successfully eliminated the squad. Grind 1 esports. But look at Mupan. The way he was very consistent with his spray, delivered a lot of damage to Skrillex. Will he be able to survive? This one is going to be questioned because zone is also shrinking in.
Players of Autobots, one thing is for sure, even they can feel the pressure at this point. GLA, they're making sure this fight is not going to be too easy for the players of Autobots, but finally, they have managed to push up close and personal. Mupan getting the 2 eliminations! Instantly, there is a re-knock from the side of Autobots, but it's a little bit too late. Skrillex and Sirvi, the back lines. Unfortunately, Autobots dropping down at 2 of their men. This is not going to be a great start inside of the fight for Autobots, and also another confirmation to back it up. But what a great nade that was! Sirwi managing to knock out 2 of the players, but then once again, GLA, they hit like a truck. Autobots on the verge of completely being eliminated from this game, and Foxy just trying to jump shot the opponent, and he does so as well. Foxy, quick reflexes, and that's how he wins the fight.
Oh, actually, the throwables were included a little too late. I was talking about it. Start using the grenades. It was only a path. It was only a road that could have been crossed with the throwables inclusive. It got a little late, and the Autobots did get punished for the same. But right now, if you have a look at Team Godlike, they've got 12 finishes on the name already, and all 4 players intact. They have been spotted. The car is taking a lot of damage, but Jelly will be able to survive for a while using smokes as a cover, because it is map of Sanhok. You're not going to spot hard compound here every year and there. Jonathan dropped down out of the running car, needs a revival. But look at Risen. He has got the position. He was using a throwable right on time, which will not land on right spot, and he will be taken down in no time.
Godlike asserting their dominance inside of the zone, shutting down Risen as well, who was trying to be the prime contenders against Godlike. And now that Godlike, they're inside of the zone too, with all the stars aligned, once again, it's their chance to strike. The only team that's going to be the biggest thorn in the way has to be TEAMZERO, and the next circle actually favors the entirety of TEAMZERO too. All TEAMZERO needs to make sure is that they're not dropping any bodies anymore. Admino out in the open, maybe this knock can be found, and Mario is going for the spray as well. Admino getting completely knocked out in return, but then Jelly instantly shuts down Mario too. Godlike, nicely done. The resistance from their side is actually quite phenomenal, and that's why Godlike, they might just be able to close in onto the next zone.
It's only 2 teams remaining, with 3 on the name of Godlike and 3 on the name of TEAMZERO. Jonathan ready to pop in the grenade. Will it be perfectly cooked? Will it land right on place? Is going to be the biggest question. He goes in for the second one as well. He will keep on tossing until he knocks the player down, and successfully he will be able to take a player down. Now he's waiting, using that player to use that as a bait. If at all, he's looking for to go in as a revive. And here we go, Molotov all the way, and it's going to be the second chicken dinner for Team Godlike. They have been the consistent one for the day 1 as well. Sure, Miramar with 0 points, but the way Godlike executed the rotations, and I believe if there's 1 point that should be added up is Jelly's Survivor is something that is definitely needed for Team Godlike Esports.
17 eliminations from Godlike to close things off, and then add 10 placement points. That's in total of 27 points. Now, that's what I like to call a nuclear performance from Godlike. One thing is for sure, they have indeed surpassed all the limits, and now they're pretty much going to be at the top of the table. But once again, getting back the conversation to the expectations we had, Team Brawlers, once again, a big upset.
They could not make their presence be seen, and not only for one map, for entire day. I believe they had a bad day today, and they still have 3 remaining maps in their name. So let's hope they are able to do a comeback in the future. But for the day, if you have to talk about AUTOBOTZ, they have had a massive chicken dinner with total of 28 points, and there is now it's going to be Godlike with total of 27 points. They got a chicken dinner. So I believe AUTOBOTZ had the day very cleanly written, except for they delayed the fight for quite a bit. It was GLA versus the AUTOBOTZ, where they could have initially initiated with the throwables being involved. They did that part, but a little bit of delay caused them an early elimination.
I mean, Autobots getting that massive game definitely sort of secured them that slot that they needed, and it was also like the Assurity. So somewhere down line, Autobots, yes, they could have also been the prime contenders for this entire chicken dinner. I'm not exactly sure what happened with them because we did not really catch that action on the screen itself. But one thing is for sure, as I mentioned, for Autobots, sometimes the positioning can be a bit of an issue. I've been watching this team over the years, and that's been sometimes the main issue. But then, once again, focusing back on the expectations that we had, right? Off the bat, we saw Dream Chasers being completely eliminated. So many mistakes were being made in that fight itself. Dream Chasers, I'm not sure. They should have had a proper plan inside of that fight. And you talk about thinking on the fly. One thing is for sure, Dream Chasers, they were not able to adapt.
They're not able to adapt. They were not able to make sure. I personally felt their game was a little confusing because if they were looking forward for the rotation, they were a little late towards the zone. If not that way, they were choking onto the other teams already on the same route of rotation. So somewhere Dream Chasers, they could have had a better rotation. If at all, they would have planned it a little earlier. The last moment plans did not function well. So something that did not work for Dream Chasers was the last moment plans that I felt were created. I'm sure everything must have been planned beforehand, but what looked like it was they had the last minute written down rotations.
And even TAMILAN Esports completely deactivated from that game, right? We saw one of the moments where one of the players was actually in the enemy territory, correct?
Yeah.
And then after that, we don't even know what exactly happened. TAMILAN Esports, they were not spotted inside of the late game scenarios. I'm pretty sure they pretty much just got eliminated. That split, the spread they had, it was not that great. And once again, if a player's in the enemy territory, things can be a little bit dire. And I also remember the circle actually shifted completely away from them. So making that rotation was also going to be another tough factor. And it is the map of Sanhok, right? As I keep on mentioning, if you do engage yourself inside of a fight, and if that fight is stretched out, there's always going to be the third parties that will be coming through. And that's what happened with a majority of the teams as well. But you know what? Now it's time for us to find out who's going to be the MVP of the previous game. Has to be someone from the side of Godlike, considering they managed to get 17 elimination points.
Let's jump into and actually see who the MVP is, and it is going to be definitely Admino. The way he played, 8 finishes on his name and for 14% of map impact. He was amazing indeed. Entire Godlike was amazing. And by the way, the team that you're asking about, TTL, they were the victims of Team Godlike as well. We had a look on the MVP for the match, but let's also talk about the top 5 players in the map of Sanhok.
Exactly. And Godlike, of course, every single player has to be on the charts over here. But no, instead, it's only 2 players, Jelly and Admino. Interesting. Jonathan is supposed to be one of those players that is supposed to be on the front lines, but we're not really seeing Jonathan over there. Moving on, it's also going to be Rika from the side of Autobots with 4 finishes, Upsurge from the side of 2B4B with 3 finishes wrapped up, and then it's going to be Tony G as well from Grind 1 getting the 3 finishes wrapped up. In general, as you mentioned, even TAMILAN Esports was the overall prey for Godlike, and they pretty much instantly shut them down. But honestly, I had a lot of expectations from the returning team. They haven't been able to perform up to the mark. Godlike, the overall tryouts, the overall trials, the tests they have went through, it feels like finally now it's paying off. And hopefully the same momentum is going to be carried on forward, even in the upcoming main events, if they do manage to qualify in the top 64, of course. But so far, the stats say they will be able to qualify.
Let's have a look on the point standings. Number one, which Nico definitely has got some good maths on his head. So 27 points altogether. TEAMZERO, 11 points on their name. Team GLA Esports. This is the team that I look forward to in terms of getting as many finishes as possible. And talking about AUTOBOTZ Esports, sure, not the number one performances, but also not spotted on the latter half of the leaderboard. The Brawlers, finally, they are not out very immediately. They are spotted in top 5, but this isn't enough to go ahead and get the qualification on the way. They need to work hard even more.
Exactly. Brawlers, they needed to be consistent throughout the entire 3 games. Just getting 8 points per game is not enough. In my opinion, you at least need 10 points per game to at least keep yourself somewhere in the top 16 or either in the top 64. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, this is where you're going to see TAMILAN Esports, as I mentioned in the previous game. They were completely deactivated. Another team you can try to bring up here is Seven Shores Esports. Just getting 0 points. That is another big blow, another big punch for these players. And I hope they're going to be able to recover in the upcoming 3 games that they will be having next week.
Well, let's also have a look about overall standings for this particular group. Let's see who comes on the number 1 position. Sure, we are going to see a close matchup between GODLIKE and AUTOBOTZ. Well, we don't have to think much. We already have it on screen. GODLIKE with 2 total of chicken dinners and 48 points altogether, followed by AUTOBOTZ, 1 chicken dinner on the name and 37 points. But if you have a look on the finish points, which is very near, 28 and 25 finish points, these are finish hungry teams, to be precise. GLA Esports have definitely done enough without any chicken dinners or without being very position greedy team. They have been successfully managed to get those 35 points with the number of finish points they have accrued.
GLA coming in out of nowhere, slipping under the radar and securing themselves the top 3. Indeed, it's quite impressive. And then you move on and look at RTGXIND as well, getting 22 points. Grind1 Esports, 17 points in total. It's definitely something I did not expect from Grind1. I wanted to see them have a little bit more points in their hands, but then move on forward and look at the latter half of the board. Seven Shores Esports, the name that is returning back inside of the competition, is on the latter half of the board, and that's a big red flag. That's a big no-no. And so far as the stats say, there's a chance Seven Shore Esports cannot qualify inside of the main event from the grind. Now, moving on forward and looking at Brawlers 2 with only 9 points accumulated. And as we had a full-blown conversation about Brawlers, Brawlers is one of those teams that is returning back after a long time, but they're also quite a renowned team inside of the entire circuit. And this is what you expect from a team like that.
I would definitely want to end up saying they just had a bad day, but let's also talk about the teams who definitely had an amazing day. We call it in the name of AUTOBOTZ, we call it in the name of Team GODLIKE, and GLA definitely with the finish points that they were able to accumulate, which was just amazing. Talking about RTG India, they had a good upper hand on the map of Erangel as well as Miramar. Sure, we did not witness much coming in on their hands. Indeed, it was 0 points. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in-game qualifiers is going to initiate from 15th of April until 21st of April. And I'm very sure you wouldn't want to miss this grand opportunity to play this tournament.
Exactly. Buckle up, gamers. The people who have registered their team inside of the BGIS main event, you guys will be having a chance to play the in-game qualifiers that will be starting on the 15th itself and then ending all the way at April 21st. So make sure you're performing quite well enough to make yourself qualify inside of the entire BGIS main event. And it'll be a pleasure for me to cast you guys, of course. And we're always over here to find some new talents. We're always over here to find some bright diamonds from the coal. So yeah, it'll be a great pleasure to cast you guys. But yeah, getting back inside of the conversation now, as we know, that's going to be it for the first group that we were casting. Now another group is going to be chiming in, and that means things are going to be even more spicy, because in the other groups we've also got some of the known names like GODSGIVEN, the defending champions themselves, back in the competition.
Definitely. And apart from that, the defending champions, sure, they were under the different banner, but the players like Delta, Shogun, Justin, these are the players who were spotted in the MVP spots and top 5 for BGIS 2023. So somewhere around the corner, witnessing these legends is going to be just amazing in the next group.
Exactly. It is going to be super amazing. But talk about amazing things. Another amazing thing that we've got lined up for you guys is going to be the promo that will be on the screens because as we know, Crafton, they're always bringing up some new and amazing stuff on the board. So have a look at the promo.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
The promo is amazing, but now what's going to be even more amazing is that we're going to be seeing the defending champions presenting a different banner, but hey, still they are the defending champions. It is what it is. It is going to be the same players playing inside of the competition. Once again, another team that will be there in the same lobby, and that is quite known inside of the community. It's going to be Lucknow Giants, but they have also went through some major tweaks and changes. So even that's going to be super interesting to see how Lucknow Giants is going to be performing.
Well, talking about Lucknow Giants, I would definitely want to include the old trio where REDX, Frenzy and Cyclone, they have been playing together for quite a long time. Sure, they have been playing under different banner as well. And they've also played under academy lineup of Hyderabad Hydras. We're going to talk about it in a little while, but let's also talk about the matchup, about the next upcoming group.
Exactly, and as I've been mentioning about this group over and over again, I'm super excited to cast these games. You've got Dragon Esports once again returning back in the 2024 competition in the grind itself. You've got GODSGIVEN, the defending champions. You've got Team Vintage returning back to Lucknow Giants doing the same thing, returning back in the competition. The last time when we saw Lucknow Giants play inside of the BGIS, we saw them struggle quite a lot, but hopefully the same struggles are not going to be continuing considering they have went through a lot of changes. Bob is also going to be there. Boss Esports, UDOG India, another known name, MAGNUM, 4 Horsemen, 4 King Esports, GODSGIVEN Esports, Great Esports, Revenge Esports, REXA Gaming. You've also got Telugu, LEVI, and then you've got Tense Esports. But now, Fixes, I guess you're back on the panel once again, right? Fixes, what are your thoughts about this new group?
I mean, a lot of new, in fact, a lot of new names, along with a lot of names that we have seen from a long time. You talk about 4 Horsemen coming back into action. You talk about Revenge Esports, 2 huge, I won't go on to say organizations, but clans back in the day. 4 Horsemen, everybody is familiar with Regultos, one of the members of 4 Horsemen, Revenge Esports. I think Clutch God was one of those players, but now everything has changed, right? Gone are those days. The glory old days have been past. Now the baton has been moved forward to this new stalwarts over here who are yet to perform. But Lucknow Giants, like you said, absolute revamp. But addressing the elephant in the room, Necro, God's reign. They are back, baby.
Exactly, and I want to see what type of new changes we might see from them. But it is still the same lineup playing in the competition, so there's a chance we might not see any type of changes. And GODSGIVEN, they're known for the aggressive nature. I want to see them assert the dominance inside the lobby, right? Just like the way GODLIKE did in the previous game, just like the way we also saw a couple of teams in the past do the same thing. I want to see the players of GODSGIVEN too just assert the dominance, have that confidence to take the fights. Because recently you talk about GODSGIVEN, there have been a little bit of ups and downs, but now it's their time to sort of buckle things up and in the official tournament once again just show what they're made of.
The gladiators evolved into gods, and ever since that, you know, they kind of have languished, and this is their arena. They're back into action, and the only thing consistent in God's reign so far has been Robin, who apparently has been appointed as their new coach. You never know, you might get to see him in action anytime soon. But when you talk about God's reign per se, surely Justin Delta, 2 outflanking gunners, and we know if they get into the groove what they can do. But then again, you have to talk about Shogun, one of those players who's been so underrated, was the Rookie of the Year in 2023. But enough words, let's just delve into the action as it is going to be the map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because you are in for some frenzy.
Exactly. The plane flat path starting all the way from military base towards Georgia Pole. And now this plane flat path is heavily leaning on the left side of the map. If you do want to move in towards Yasna Polyana, well, it's going to be a tough shoot and a stretch for you, because you might as well need to drop in somewhere on the temporary spot, get your hands on some basic loot, and then maybe try and scout out for some vehicles and then move into the spot where you want to move in. But talk about teams like GODSGIVEN, for them it's all okay, considering they like to drop down south towards military base. It's all going to be okay. TLT as well moving towards Novorupnoi. You've also got GG taking an exit on the same island too. A lot of teams that have actually taken an exit on the military base itself, so we might see some hot spots around it.
We certainly might, because we know that GODSGIVEN have been dropping down at the military base. The best they do is maybe an alternate drop location. For them has always been Zaki, but it's not just about GODSGIVEN in this lobby. They're coming back for sure. We've seen they've been having quite a rough spell around that domestic circuit, but now they're here to redeem themselves. But along with that, I think Dragon Esports is one of those teams that we need to touch upon, because they do have Starboy, who was formerly playing for Team Hydra officials. Now, for Hydra, we know for one thing that's sure is that he knows how to hold those positions. We've seen whilst he was back playing with Hydra, they always used to kind of get into the end circles in Erangel. But with a new lineup, I'm really excited to see what he puts on the table.
Dragon Esports in 2023 was another one of those teams that astonished me, because with the way they were playing inside of the lobby, they were not shying away from the fights. They were also quite aggressive, and I hope we're going to be seeing the same Dragon Esports. Yes, they have went through some major tweaks, but let's hope that these tweaks are actually going to be there for the good. The circle's going to be in front of our screens, hopefully enough. It's going to be favoring the majority of the teams too, because so far, considering the plain flat path was on the left and even the circle is on the left, it is going to be a pretty basic and a standard start for these teams. For now, you've got GG quite close to one of the foes that is right next to him, and there's still a man gliding towards the compound where GG was. If he gets spotted, it's all done for.
Yeah, could be a duck hunt at least. We've seen that happen a lot in Miramar, but for Erangel, that is certainly a rare sight. But for GG, they kind of seem to be a little lost. I think the only intention over here for the players is to try and get a couple of vehicles to their names. But like you said, the circle panning around the western side, quite generic, right? The two Erangels that we had to witness, the one was on the eastern side, this one slightly towards the western. But the iterations, the follow-up zones, that is where I'm really keen to see what really happens, because so much of that water body has been taken over, has already been engulfed. So there are those chances where we get to see that little bit of an uncommon shoreline circle.
True that. And talk about uncommon things. You've got GODSGIVEN on the screen. And GODSGIVEN, I mean, talk about Delta PG. He was one of the MVPs inside of the BGIS, with finishes racked up was 88, and then finish contribution at 34.5%. In 33 matches, he managed to rack up 88 finishes. That is super impressive.
That's mental. Truth be told, you don't often see such numbers being pulled up. And one of the, in fact, the MVP of BGIS and one of the top 10 fraggers also. I'm pretty sure that we might get to see Justin in there as well. They kind of are quite synonymous. If you're a huge fan of Bollywood movies, I've always gotten in that Karan Arjun perspective for them. And it's going to be interesting to see that this time, when they're here back to be defending their throne, let's not forget, it could be a treble for Destro too. In the first BGIS, winning it all from Skylights Gaming, instantly then removed from the roster, had to make a comeback, and a comeback he did. Gaining a championship trophy once again, and maybe the third time, and he's been constantly been one of those players creating history, creating records, and also known to be breaking them.
2023 was hands down Destro's era. I mean, with the amount of trophies he won in that year was incredible. Not just in the official tournaments, even in the third-party ones that we witnessed. The man definitely did claim a lot of the titles for himself. But then inside of 2024, at least at the start, things have been looking a little bit dicey, as I mentioned. It's been ups and downs. It's been some curves that you do not really want to see if you're a fan of GODSGIVEN. But let's hope And let's cross your fingers that when it matters the most in an official tournament, this man's able to perform up to the mark, and his team as well.
Yeah, that sort of has been the hullabaloo in the town, right? Everybody sort of kind of expects that, yeah, God's Reign, they're going to finally perform in officials. This is a team that has been crafted to deliver, especially in the officials. In the BGIS, Necro, we all were witness to the fact that the man managed to win a trophy without even getting a single chicken dinner. Relied purely on the aggression, but ever since, they've kind of been on a stalemate. Haven't really seen them progress. You know, the same old ideas, you know, staying aloof from fights, going for those long rotations. But this time, they have to change it. Because if you are predictable, I'm pretty sure teams have done their homework. Really need to rely on their strengths. In fact, during the cast with Tanya, we were talking about teams like GODLIKE and AUTOBOTZ. They have that potential to push and play, but talking about fights, we've got some early commotion happening. Lucknow Giants do have some unwanted neighbors right beside them. It's going to be Team RG.
Team RG, Richer is just trapped in the upper floor, finally ejects out, but then he's also got the shotgun to back him up, but it's really not going to matter. Too many players, the man gets overwhelmed. Lucknow Giants able to kick things off on a great note for themselves, getting that first elimination on the board. Maybe that's going to be a little bit of a pressure subsider for them. But Lucknow Giants, as I mentioned, and as we've been talking about this team a lot of the times, Fixes, this team has went through some major changes. And for these guys to be able to understand each other on a good note, to be able to perform and communicate better, hopefully they have gotten enough practice in.
Not just major changes, I think they've gone for a complete revamp. And the organization would be wondering, maybe this time they finally managed to break that curse, get into the grand finals, and finally showcase to the world what they're made of. But for TA and TL, kind of right beside each other. The big question, however, is there awareness there? And yes, indeed, Reaper God just being put down to the ground. TLT absolutely having no clue of the positioning of the players of TE, and Guru certainly wants to punish Levi. Whitey,
oh my god,
managed to land a couple of shots.
How is the man even alive? And look at Karthik too. The man's getting shot at from such a far away, considering there's a suppressor on the weapon. I don't think he even knows where the shots are coming from. He's way too far away. And Levi now is getting shot at from somewhere else too. It's actually going to be a third party from the players of GODSGIVEN. Of course, GODSGIVEN do want to be a part of this fight. And why not? When you know the opponent team's just getting completely ripped apart, you might as well have a little bit of piece of that pie too. And Levi now getting knocked out. The players are, of course, there to get the confirmation flown up. They also spot out the players of TE, but I highly doubt GODSGIVEN would want to actually go ahead and try and claim those points.
I think they're going to take it with open arms. Regardless, somebody's being shot on their limb. Maybe just cut the entire foot off. That there was the entire intention. But yeah, truth be told, GODSGIVEN need to focus on the objective at hand. They need to cross over the bridge. And slowly but surely, I think, Necro, you would even agree that the doubts are starting to creep in. Because they need to understand somebody has to be away from the bridges, right? But Guru, at this moment, did take a couple of shots, but seems like he's been surrounded like hyenas as Delta PG just decides to run over him.
Yeah, TE, it's better to just disengage from the fight because GODSGIVEN, it's one of those teams that is currently on the redemption arc. Just back away from this, let the players of GODSGIVEN have their own playing field. But I guess GODSGIVEN, they're really adamant in taking the fight itself. So I guess even backing away at this point is really not going to matter. You might as well just try to go for a head-on-head collision. At least try and do some damage against the Goliaths. And TE, Quagmire in the outskirts, just playing on the wall. That was a really good repositioning from the side of Quagmire. Prince still inside of the house getting spotted. Delta PG now slowly and steadily just creeping his way to the compound. All he's looking for is one single glimmer, and as soon as he finds that, the confirmation will soon enough flow up, and that will also give the opening for GODSGIVEN that they're looking for. And what a nade that was! Delta What a phenomenal knockout! And as I mentioned, the opening that GODSGIVEN was looking for has finally been found, but then Quagmire able to find another pick. Shogun's way too low. Shogun needs to fall back and patch himself up, but then Destro closes on up, just runs Quagmire open. It's all down to SG7, and I don't think so he stands a chance, and he doesn't.
Beautifully executed from GODSGIVEN, just trying to surround them like piranhas in the ocean. And that is exactly what they did. And for a moment, even I was scared the moment Justin fell down. Quick reaction from Destro coming in there to the aid of his teammate. And yeah, no respite whatsoever for the opposition. Finally, GODSGIVEN feeling a little, having that little bit of a respite that, yeah, now they can get inside the circle. And they will have to do that quickly, because if you talk about the center, it has completely been filled up with multiple teams.
And as you mentioned, yeah, indeed it is a splash of colors, Fixes. But that also leaves a lot of breaching point inside of the safe zone, and that also means that a lot of the teams will just need to try and settle down with the leftover positions. And a lot of those leftover positions are in the outskirts, are on the edges. For now, LG, Lucknow Giants looking to take it against the players of Four Kings. This fight can indeed be quite interesting, but unfortunately, Frenzy is going to be the first casualty. Lucknow Giants not exactly the way they wanted this fight to start up, but then Dead Player pulls out the DBS, gets the first one. Dead Player making sure that the opponents are going to be dropping dead. It's 2-for-2 trade on both the sides, and now Lucknow Giants, considering they know it's going to be a 2v2 as well. Thunder looking forward to push up and claim those elimination points, but what am I seeing? Thunder shuts down another man in the front lines. The UMP-45 actually strikes down the player. And now Lucknow Giants, one last glimmer of hope left to life to try and clutch things out a little bit more. But Thunder, even he's taking shots from somewhere else. It's actually a third party that the opponent teams are trying to do. Lucknow Giants, this one last man in the name of Mogambo, he needs to make sure he's keeping his team alive. Two of the players, they're bleeding to the death, and Mogambo, what am I watching? He knows exactly where the opponent is too. Broken, he's the last man alive, two from his squad, but eventually Broken is now broken in half.
I have no idea what was Broken doing all along. I mean, his teammates, Thunder, was buying so much time, and he was still like a statue inside the little compound. Let his teammates fall right in front of his face, but Lucknow Giants, they have been dealt with some heavy casualties. But yeah, just survive with two players, still getting those 4 finishes. They're gonna feel a little satisfied, a little happy, at least 4 points secured in the bag. But in the grand scheme of things, Four Kings absolutely gutted with themselves. Clearly not happy with how they engaged in that particular fight. A little bit of a fight around the central areas. But if you talk about the others, this is how the fight really begun. Gotten gets that first knock. Lucknow Giants respond back in fashion. Look at this, Necro. Whilst all of it is happening, look at Broken.
Yep.
He's literally not contributing to this fight. What was he thinking?
That is true. That's a really good point that you brought up. Broken just staying put inside of the compound was not a good idea at all. He should have tried to help his teammate out. Considering his teammate was out in the open, taking the fight all by himself, he was also getting third party from somewhere else. He should have left that compound and try and help his teammate out, but instead, he didn't do so. He was too greedy for his own life, and that's why he lost everything. Once again, a prime example of greed is never good. Kids.
I don't know if he was greedy or he was just too scared. Could not get past
thing,
his
right?
fears. I mean, technically it isn't. But I mean, maybe.
I mean, greedy for his life, so he's scared.
Alright, if you put it in that way, for sure, I'll take that. But now, Necro, coming back. So GODSGIVEN have had a phenomenal start. Starting of the game, 5 finishes already. They know the kind of mentality they have come into play. And whilst two teams were fighting, yeah, TENZ initially had their upper hand. But then they kind of removed that entire tension from them. Just get out of here, is what GODSGIVEN had to say. Now just playing around the southern peripheries of the circle. Now, I want to see what the next course of movements will be. Because before this broadcast, I had a quick word with the boys. And Destro had to say, everybody is starting to feel themselves. Today, they're going to deliver. And yeah, a man of their words.
Hands down, so far with how GODSGIVEN, they've been converting these fights. It seems like they're just smurfing inside of the lobby.
for sure.
Yeah, and let's hope the same thing keeps on continuing as well. I mean, Delta PG getting 3 eliminations all by himself, and then his teammates Destro and Shogun getting 1 each. The next circle is going to pop up in front of us, and considering the fact that GODSGIVEN is playing from the edges and still able to convert, a lot of these fights can definitely be super interesting, and if they do come out on top, this might just be the first team to win from the edges too.
I mean, would love for that to be GODSGIVEN. I think this is exactly the moment they were waiting for. They decided to maybe again take that longer route. I want to see how they inject themselves into. But RVNG seem to be having a little bit of a situation over there. Find themselves a little bit of a predicament as they're being spotted on. It's going to be the players of Team GG finally taking a couple of shots, but nothing really seems to connect.
4 horsemen. Oh, the man's almost out in the open. He's a little bit shy to pull that trigger. Krishna just waiting for the right moment to strike. I mean, he is holding that trigger discipline so far, but the players are just not moving out in the open. And Revenge, they do know how to play things around. You know what fixes we've been talking about a lot of the teams, but we forgot to touch up on Revenge.
I mean, did barely just scratch the surface over there. Final boss, Sanhok, you know, 2 of the players. I had also had the privilege to play with them, against them, and they have been here since day 1. Final boss having represented big lineups like 8-Bit, Sonic Fox, again one of those players who's been there in Revenge. I think their glory days were back a couple of years ago when they had Trilok, they had the likes of Clutchcott. But ever since, so many of those roster changes, and there was one more player, Akshay, I think kind of had a similar potential like what S-Power has been putting on the table right now, but seems to have vanished from the scene entirely. Now with some new names, I'm rather keen to see what they can put on the table, because Necro, even you would agree, we've seen a lot of these old guards come up with new players, new blood, and they have started to deliver. For example, Mavi and Oasis.
They indeed have been. Yeah. The OGs, once again, they do have a lot of experience, right? And if they do find the right way to put or implement the experience inside of the game, then that's even better. For that, they need a better backup of the teams as well. The understanding should be on the same point. And we also saw Kalyug in Revenge. Now, if my memory serves me right, Kalyug was one of those players that I don't really recall the team's name, but he was playing for a completely different team. And Kalyug was the only man who was able to put up some insane amount of numbers on the board in 2023. And now that he's over here playing with Revenge, Fixes, I'm not going to lie, this lineup feels really good to me as well.
It certainly does. And I think the first game will give us a slight idea of how Revenge intend on playing onto the lobby. Because for GODSGIVEN, we know for sure that they're in here, they're very hungry. I think they've been starving from the past couple of months, and it's time to finally let loose. But along with that, now, this is another team. Boss officials, I've seen them from times unknown, like, you know, right from the very first days. Quite an established org, but then they kind of tend to fizzle out. And finally, back in action after a long time. A revamped roster. But is it enough? Is this roster going to bring them back the reputation they held once upon a time? Like, I kind of like the position of Dragon, truth be told. So really excited to see what they put on the table, considering they've got Jim Jam Jod along with them.
New teams and new groups indeed do bring in a lot of the mystery inside of the lobby. Looking at the next circle that popped up, once again shifting a little bit closer towards the Pachinki side, but there's a chance it might just move out in the open. And Revenge, they might just have the big advantage too, considering they're currently in the smack center. TLT as well, just playing inside of the city. But look at what GODSGIVEN is doing, just sticking to the basic gameplay that they have, sticking to the same thing that they've been doing for the years, just playing on the edges. They are quite confident. They know they can assert the dominance when needed. If a good compound is taken away, all GODSGIVEN need to do is push up close, get a couple of opening knockouts, and then just start to claim that entire compound. So GODSGIVEN, they're just really confident in themselves and their ability to assert dominance and get some of the solid spots in their hands easily.
Look at the pour-in coming in from the northwestern side. Look at that splash
Oh my
of
God,
colors.
Pachinki, look at that.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Just filled up with teams. And boy, oh boy, take this for my word. It is going to go away from Pachinki. I don't last recall a circle that I did cast where the circle was kind of urban and it ended inside of the city. So obviously you need to hold on to the extremities, the exteriors, and whilst all of that is happening, two of the players of GG, they were...
And when the circle moves away from the city, that's when the real hell breaks loose. If it does move down south completely, once again, GODSGIVEN will probably find themselves on the lucky side of things. Soon enough, the wall of death as well is going to start to close up. So let's see how things will be there. UDOG managing to find the knock-on to Criminal. That's big. The player's still knocked out, bleeding to his death. He's out in the open too. There's so many teams inside of the houses. Lucknow Giants is one of those. Then you've also got Boss. Then you've also got another team. UDOG for now just trying to claim as many elimination points as they can. There's a lot of teams out in the open too. So for UDOG, it's just going to be a shooting range. And they're here to claim the points as well on the back of that. DG finally getting the fallen man back up. The smoke is definitely providing them some quintessential cover. For how long, that's going to be my question. The backlines are quite exposed, and UDOG just constantly spamming the bullets on that entire cover that they've got. It's definitely inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the players, and DG, they need to move away from that spot.
Oh, they certainly have to. You know, given this particular situation, look at the real estate prices go up in Pachinki. So many of these teams have found some concrete covers, but when you look at Team Boss, one of those teams very slick, and they've got a little bit of going on for themselves. But Dragon, hell out in the open, could be a little alarming for them.
Indeed, it will be alarming. Look at the circle. It actually shifts towards Pachinki. What is going on, Fixes? The game's getting spicier and spicier. 4 horsemen at the top. Of course, they have gotten a lot of information to play with. But once again, when you try to move out inside of the circle, that's where the real problem starts to brew up. Because the circle's out in the open. The city's already being contested by every single team. So you will need to play in the open grounds as well. But look at what GODSGIVEN are doing. They're trying to backstab all the other teams moving in to the northern side. They're taking such a wide rotation. Just hugging the blue. Moving all the way up north. And they're probably going to try to backstab a couple of teams that are currently holding the northern side. It will indeed be a massive surprise. GODSGIVEN moving all the way from the blue itself, also tanking a little bit of damage. Before now, you've got Great up against the team on the top. Before now, Vintage gliding against the players of GODSGIVEN. GODSGIVEN, they were looking quite desperate in taking the fight. And Delta PG is way too low, and even he gets dealt with. GODSGIVEN, within the matter of seconds, they have been completely vanished from the lobby. Vintage, nicely done. They welcome the players of GODSGIVEN with open arms. And once again, this is the main problem. When you're going to try to rotate all the way from the blue, you're not going to have a clue of what exactly is going on inside of the circle. And GODSGIVEN straight up just walked in their death. And for Vintage, this was a date with destiny. They've managed to get 6 points in total so far, counting the 4 GODSGIVEN points. Great. Moving towards Pachinki as well. You've got Draco, White Hats, Suryajad towards the compound. Way too many teams inside of Pachinki. I don't like this. It's just making me super anxious. One thing is for sure, the upcoming circle, it might just move out in the open. And when it does so, just imagine how many teams are going to be colliding against each other. It's going to be hell breaking loose. TLT on the left lines towards the houses too. BB a little bit in the outskirts. Maybe you can't say BB can definitely have the advantage, but still they will need to try and play the tower defense. And hopefully their tower's strong enough. Hopefully it does not crack under that pressure. Hrithik Bot still inside of the houses. Frozen is knocked out. Krishna's taking shots. Has finally asserted some dominance. As I mentioned, BB, they will need to try and play some tower defense, but unfortunately it does not work out that well. Atharva gets knocked out as well. Mr. 360 as well is still there inside of the house, up and alive. But he moves up to try and get the resurrection back on the fallen player.
Well, definitely, it's been very aggressive. It's been too intrusive. The zone shrinking in, and look at the compound. The small canal is all the cover that four horsemen Krishna Jod has got it. He's using all the throwables, and it's going to be a 1v4 situation, or just he's trying to give in his presence. He's the last man surviving. He's going in for as many finishes as he can get. He's trying to pursue the players to push outside though, but nobody is getting lured by the way he is inviting.
The constant barrage of utilities, Tanya, is really keeping the players at BB in a big pressure. And Mr. 360, for now, he's okay. But for Four Horsemen, this is the exact way they want. Considering Krishna is all by himself, that's when the real problem starts to hit him. At TLT, towards the Pachinki side, they're looking safe. There's way too many teams. And yeah, I've been mentioning this from the start. The hell's going to be breaking loose. And slowly and steadily, you can't see so many fights happening to the point where it's really even tough to keep track of those.
Absolutely, and now it's like circle shrinking in, and the players are trying just entering the circle towards the exact center of the circle, and that's getting too very tough and impossible, to be honest. The two teams that we're talking about, GODSGIVEN and Lucknow Giants, they both are down and out with just 5 finishes on their name. But if you have a look right now, it's going to be GG. They are using throwables outside of the compound, and they're able to successfully deliver the damage. But the last man who is on the move, he's spotted as well, and fast will be taken down by the third party. It's going to be OG's in God, who is spotted as of now. He's going to heal up and survive for team.
Oh, look at Parade, GR8. Still, they're just trying to spot out that one single man who was just hiding inside of the house, and 360 somehow he's not being knocked down. They're not able to find that sweet spot, and GR8, they just keep on constantly spamming those nades inside of the house too. Finally, they're going to lose off their patience and just going to try to push up close and personal, push on the upper floor, shut down Mr. 360, and soon enough, that shutdown's going to be there, and yes, it is. White Hat shuts him down. DGN just trying to get that elimination point in the front claimed up, and DGN finally, even they have lost out on their patience, because their backs are against the wall. They need to move inside of the safe zone. This Pachinki is now a complete hell, and you just need to move out of the hell. That's it. Somehow to move out, it will be a tough task, but you need to do it. Revenge, even they're here to get a little bit of revenge up against the players of Vintage, since it's almost on the verge of getting knocked out, and finally the knock is there. Xenis is going to be the man to knock him out, and Revenge, they've got the man advantage, and instantly they keep on pressing the charges. Look at Vegito. He's playing around the balconies, has also got the information to play with that. The players are pushing up close and personal, and Vegito's position is noted down. He instantly ejects outside of the balcony. He's trying to move inside of the house once again. He's got the shotgun for the close battles. He pops one player, but that's all he's going to find.
And at this point of time, Revenge pushing in this battle, successfully winning it without losing a single player. That is exactly everything that the team needed. If you have a look on the entire circle, it's going to be the last man from Team X who is just trying to enter. And he will be able to successfully get into a compound, but near to it, he's going to spot one more solo survivor, which is going to be from Team TLTGI. The canal still being contested by Team GR8. No, all 4 players still intact without a doubt, but the zone is shrinking in. Whatever they got to do, they have to get in. They have to enter ASAP.
Oh, look at G1. The S12K in the head, but then the nade comes in from GR8. And he claims both the elimination points. Nicely done. The timing on that nade was beautiful. It was cooked to perfection. DGN Starboy at the top has managed to get so much information, but the problem is the back's against the wall, and the wall of death slowly and steadily it's starting to close in. DGN, they're taking some heavy damage from the wall of death. Jim Jam barely squeezing himself inside of the zone, but the front lines are completely filled with the foes.
Anything could happen in this particular situation. Tension building up. Boss, they're absolutely surrounded by multiple foes. They've got to make sure every single decision counts. RVNG, they've got put up the numbers over there. But it is Team Dragon. They have surprised us. 6 finishes already to their name. But the numbers really not helping them out. I think he had a quick glance at Suryajot from Team Great. just waiting for him to maybe take those couple of shots as Dragon Esports, against all odds, they decide to push in, almost about to meet their fate and make a peace with their destiny, as one of them already picked up, but Surya Jod gets traded out of nowhere as the fight finally commences.
Oh no, Revenge! The players are not sure what this approach they're taking, but he was looking super scrappy. Wall of Death closing in. TELUGU, you need to move inside of the zone too. The only team that's currently causing some great issues is GR8 themselves. And Revenge just barely tightly squeezing themselves inside of the safe zone. Look at the amount of playing field you've got. It's next to none. There's one compound, two of the teams sharing the same house. GR8 slowly and steadily, considering they know they've got the man advantage too. They're pushing up close and personal against the enemies. They're trying to close in that distance. Aim God going for the resurrection onto the fallen comrade, and he will be able to do so easily. And GR8, they have also started to occupy that house. Buntai as well, moving to the roof, making sure that even he's going to be back up on his feet. Even though we've got two teams with all the 4 players alive, you still never know. The team on the high ground can actually be the one to snatch it away as well. All they need to do is just third party both of these teams that are going to be fighting on the ground.
Indeed, that's what their intention is. At least at this given moment, boss, they have to defend against the world. As now great, they've taken over the compound, but RVNG, they've got the killer instinct just kicking in through. They want to get in, get as many finishes as possible.
RVNG. Now it's the waiting game, ladies and gentlemen. 4 teams. Or maybe you can't say 3 teams. Just looking forward to claim this chicken dinner. The trifecta of death. This is what you like to call it. GR8 underneath. Revenge so close. And both the teams at the bottom are just looking to find one single opener. As soon as that opener is found, that's when the fight's going to start to escalate even more. The players are chipped up super low as well.
To be honest, Necro, this is one of the battles where heal battles can also be escalated with the division of upper grounds and lower grounds. But let's see if that is going to go in. If you have a look on the boss's utilities, they don't have many health kits to work out with. And look at Revenge. They're literally looking forward to have a push. Talking about Team GR8, it's like battle of 3s in 3 different directions.
RVNG. Trying to close in together. I mean, I like what they're trying to do. This nade that's being tossed. It was actually not a nade. It was a flashbang. And Boss Aim God at the top. Boss, they do realize one thing, and that is just let these teams duke it out against each other, and then maybe you can try and force a fight later on, and then just third-party things so they can have the great advantage inside of the fight. But considering Revenge and GR8 themselves, they've got all the 4 players alive, things are definitely going to be spiced up. Finally, the engagement comes through. The players are way too low, and look at Hirsch. He peeks from the top. As I mentioned, they're going to be the third parties inside of this entire event, and that's what they're doing. Even Final Boss crumbled down, and the players at the top, they're getting some free elimination points to be wrapped up. And they're not backing away from those free points at all. Great. Still inside of the house with a 3-man squad. Will make that 4 as well, considering Draco 2 now moves in. 2 players inside of the house from the side of Boston. 1 man at the top, and slowly and steadily, even the Wall of Death is going to force these players to move outside of that compound. Look at what's happening. Great. They move out in the open, and the same thing happens to the players of Boss. The zone's completely closed in, and now everyone's going to be taking too much damage, and it's actually Boss who claimed the chicken dinner. What an exciting final circle that was.
And I'll be very honest, I definitely predicted this is the kind of circle on the building which definitely introduces you towards the heal battle, and the final boss standing on the top of the terrace was just busy healing himself for as long as possible and surviving until the final time where he heard himself that you have made it towards the winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. What an exciting final circle that was. You do not really get to witness such games at all. And Pachinki's circle just ending in quite an exhilarating fashion. Things were super thrilling as well. And then in the end, the circle just completely closing out. Everyone just trying to deep dive out in the open, just trying to catch that last glimmer of that circle. But somehow it was Boss who came out on top in the end and just snatched that chicken dinner away. Honestly, I really got to give it up to Revenge as well with the way they were able to play the entire position they had. The way they rotated inside of the circle out in the open, kept themselves alive till the end was also super impressive. Another big mess up that we saw was from GODSGIVEN, moving all the way from the blue on the northern side, then just instantly getting caught. That was something that I did not really see coming myself.
Even I was not expecting. I mean, they're rushing in through the running vehicles and ending up on their knees. I mean, this is what exactly that happens when you are extremely intrusive about trying to get the control outside the zone, and they were punished very brutally for the same. But talking back to about Revenge Esports, well, definitely Boston Sonic made sure that their work was totally counted, and they have been playing for quite a while under the same banner, and experience definitely does get counted. The zone definitely favored them a little bit here and there, but then the decision making is something that made count even more. The way one player stuck onto going in for the heal battle, I believe that was unpredictable, yet so predictable about the zone.
And that's the crazy part, right? Me and Fixes were having a conversation about Revenge Esports, and I mentioned this too, that this lineup feels really good. It seems really good. The idea is there. And once again, in the first game itself, they were able to implement that idea in quite a great fashion. They've got some of the great shooters inside of the squad. And once again, being able to utilize and channel that firepower in a great way and back that up with a great positioning inside the zone too. That's just perfect from Revenge. Unfortunately, I'm not going to lie, the final moment was way too dicey. It was way too scrappy. And it was anyone's cup of tea at that point. The team at the top, which was, of course, Boss, they had a clear advantage inside of the fight, and Revenge just got completely third party in that fight, so they couldn't really do a lot. But overall, I also had a lot of expectations from Lucknow Giants, and Lucknow Giants were not able to do that great.
Lucknow Giants as well as GODSGIVEN were the team who were just taken down after 5 finishes. But there's something more we should be adding on is Great Esports, the way they survived. They've had the experience of BGIS. They were qualified in round 3 as well in top 5. Sure, they weren't too strong in round 4, but they are sticking to the same lineup, and thus this sort of synergy was spotted. So somewhere around the corner, Great Esports definitely did some great work together.
And then you can say the same thing about UDOG as well, right? UDOG is another old team. But UDOG, once again, them not being able to perform. You know, a lot of these teams, you expect them to sort of level up a little bit, but no, instead, we see them downshift. And that's something we do not really expect from these teams. You always expect them to improve from the mistakes that they have made in the past. But I guess, considering it is just the first game, we can give them a leeway, right? But now it's time for us to find out the MVP of the previous game. Who do you think it's going to be? I think so has to be someone from either Revenge or maybe GODSGIVEN, because even they were going for a lot of elimination points. But it's going to be AimGod.
Wow. I believe holding on to the terrace and doing the third party, getting 7 finishes, not all through third party, but sure, the terrace view was very good for him. He got to see the sunset right on time and a beautiful evening vibes with the chicken dinner. So yeah, he got the 7 finishes with the MVP title with a total of 12% of map impact.
And 58% finish contribution for his team. So yeah, this man just went nuclear for his team, that's for sure. Boss is one of those new teams, and now that they have given us a taste of what they're capable of, I want to see them perform a little bit more better. But you can also say that the luck was also favoring them a little bit. They had a pretty solid position inside of the final few moments, so that's why they also got the chicken dinner. But still, it's about being able to play a great tower defense. And I would say Boss, realizing the fact that they need to push at the top and just hold down the 3rd floor was quite a great option that they chose. Moving on forward and looking at the top 5 players, this is where things will be broken down even more, as AimGod was the one to get the 7 eliminations, but then you've got Bantai as well from Boss with 5. You move on forward to Jim Jam from DG getting 3 eliminations, and Delta PG from GODSGIVEN 2 getting 3.
And last but not the least, we get Vegito as well as with 3 finishes. Somewhere a good. See, we'll not say that the finish points will be counted too much or not too much, because if we talk about position 3, 4, and 5, each of them ending up with 3 finishes on their name. But something that is very good is I was expecting Sparky to be the MVP for Boss Esports, but it is a new name, Aim God, which is amazing, which he did amazingly well. Let's also talk about point standings to get a clear picture about how each and every team worked out for their best.
Indeed. I mean, Boss showing that they were the boss, and now it's time for us to move on forward and look at the point standing so the vision can be a little bit more clear and we can understand how many points were exactly accumulated. 22 points from Boss. That's a great start. Great Esports on the second with 12 points. Revenge Esports with 10. Dragon Esports, as I've been mentioning from the start, this is another one of those teams that is returning back, and they're doing a great job too. Vintage getting 8 points. GODSGIVEN only getting 5 points. Not able to get a lot done there.
Oh, the GODSGIVEN and Lucknow Giants, these two teams were the teams we were talking about while just the previous group got finished. But now somewhere we'll talk about the latter half of the leaderboard as well, where we are going to witness UDOG as well as REXA ending up with 0 points, but Magnum official, Bob Esports with 3 points each, Horseman as well, and going in, same for GODSGIVEN Esports, for King Esports with 2 points, and Tense Esports with 1 point. Sure, it's just first map, 2 more matches lying ahead. Let's hope the team who are right now spotted in the latter half of the leaderboard are going to bring up the best that they possess, because here you need to fight out every single rotation, let alone every single map, every single stage of Blue Zone you got to bring in. Otherwise, you lose in the opportunity to just qualify.
And Fixes was also shedding some light on 4 Horseman, which is not doing that great right now, right? Only getting 3 points in the first game is definitely a bit of a red flag. And he also had a decent amount of expectations from 4 Horsemen. At least he wanted to see 4 Horsemen maybe getting 10 points from the first game. That could have been a great head start for them in the 3 games that they're going to be playing today. But getting 3 points in the first game now really puts them in a big pressure position. The same thing also can be said for all the latter half of the team, which were not able to perform that well. But then you talk about GODSGIVEN once again, and these are the defending champions. Only getting 5 points from the first game is another big problem. Considering the upcoming game is also going to be the map of Miramar, there's going to be a lot of heavy contenders for a Miramar map.
Yeah, we are going to witness an entirely different team who is going to go all in. The team who might have not yet performed very well, bottom half of the leaderboard, or maybe the consistent ones. I would again want to bring in 4 Horsemen, the team that we have been talking about a lot. They have been into the BGIS quarterfinal, and with the new addition in the team Krishna. And I believe Krishna did his work very well. Even after losing a lot of players, he was trying to lure in the opponents to come out, and then using his utilities. He was actually dumping all the grenades that he hold on to get those extra finish points. Sure, luck did not favor him for a long time, but somewhere around the corner, if I had to choose one team who can be excelling in the map of Miramar, it's going to be 4 Horsemen.
Yeah, even the circle played a big spoiler, right? Just circle moving inside of the city. It was really tough to sort of gain yourself a great spot because already the prime spots were taken away. But ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this promo. Been mentioning about this skin over and over again. That X-suit looks amazing. I'm a big fan of in-game cosmetics. And Fixes said that in-game cosmetics also help you develop a better skill. Is that true? I don't think so. It's true, right?
No, that isn't true at all. But yeah, you can flex a lot here and there for sure. It doesn't add up to the skills because, but yeah, I wouldn't deny to the matter of fact.
It makes you feel better though, right?
Feel comfortable and also a little more strong. So internally, you definitely feel better about it and you might perform a little over the top.
Hey, as a gamer, it's all about the mindset, right? When you've got better skins, you're going to be feeling good inside of the lobby too. So I would say you guys should definitely try and get your hands on this X-Suit. It looks amazing. But yeah, getting back inside of the conversations that we're having, right? We're saying Boss Esports playing really great. You brought up a great point about four horsemen and why the expectations are a lot from this team. But now in the upcoming game of Miramar, things just get even more tougher. I always keep on mentioning about this map. It's easy to rotate, but tough to sustain because of the open grounds that Miramar offers. So once again, if the circle's going to be moving out in the open, if the teams are unlucky enough, then things are going to be even more tougher and dicey.
Let's see on which side will the dice roll, because at the end of the day, we just spotted the way Circle took a shift. Everything was favoring the different teams, and then Circle taking a shift, and three teams just surviving into the three-tier building. And after that, if you have a look on the way, Boss official taking away winner chicken dinner with three teams, one on the ground floor, one on the mid-story, and the terrace view definitely we couldn't deny. But ladies and gentlemen, I myself, Tanya, alongside me this time, I'm going to welcome Fixes and ask him about how does he feel about the way Boss took away the winner, this chicken dinner with the heel battle stuff.
I was taken aback. I'll be honest, and taken aback in multiple ways. But yes, for the first time, I think in a long while, we must say that we kind of had a little bit of a Pachinki circle. Something that we did bring upon during the cast as well, but kind of was expecting this. You know, when you have those urban warfares, it comes down to how much utility you have on your players, and you know, the goal eventually is to win, right? Regardless of patching yourself up or getting as many finishes as possible. Now, Boss Esports, we've been talking about this team, you know, lost legacy, but they've come back, and they have come back in style. But Tanya, you know, let's address the important issues at hand. Even for GODSGIVEN, yeah, they did have an explosive start, 5 finishes right from the first circle. But right after, they kind of wanted to contest the church area, and it's the same problems happening, and no solutions given by their side.
I believe they were just trying to gamble in. They did not have the information. They were trying to just roar in with vehicles inside, and this gamble did not end up in their favor. Somewhere exactly with the point they were trying to enter, there were vehicles on the rotation as well, and they were caught off guard, and this was bound to happen because you can't tend to just go for a rotation without any particular details. And it was a major miss, I believe, and it was just a start. The team that we are expecting a lot is a reason because they are the defending champions, and not only us, it's also the audience who are keeping a keen eye on them about how they are looking forward to retain the title.
That is exactly the problem that's going on with GODSGIVEN, is there has been no change in the style of play. You know, given the opportunity, it's a playing field, teams are fighting against each other, they go in there, they thrive amongst that chaos, and we know what they're capable of. But the moment you need a little bit of that stability, they always tend to rely on the other teams fighting, and then they have to go on third party. Even this time around, when they fell off, they wanted to take a fight around the edges, and look what happened. A lot of casualties being dealt to the moment they couldn't even stand out. And as a result of which, that's how the cookie crumbled. But heading on to Miramar, it's going to be an interesting matchup altogether, because now we're witnessing so many of those unknown names, so many of those new names really coming in and making waves. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts, because we're in for one hell of a ride. The flight path trajectory, little towards the southern side, all the way from Minas del Sur, heading towards Impala. Now that is going to throw off all the other teams, Tanya, that intend on maybe going towards the northern areas.
Well, no matter what, however the flight path is, the players definitely find the easy way out, move outside, except for the teams who are happily looking forward to indulge into early explosions or early battles. And God's Reign will be one of the teams where I'm looking forward to again go through the same play pattern, because they definitely like to win this sort of drop clashes. But if not them, let's see which other team is ready to bring in such battle. For now, if we talk about the teams are going to remain same. It is group 14 for sure. But then I had a conversation with Necro about I'm expecting a lot coming in on the map of Miramar from 4 horsemen. If I had to ask you, who do you think is a team who can be spotted in the podium?
I think it's very difficult to say. truth be told, Tanya, because we came in with a certain set of idea and seems like everything has been thrown out of the window. But well, Team Telugu Titans in a little bit of a situation over here. But Karthik, this time he prevails supreme. Gets that one knock and instantly gets that elimination, secured 1 point in the bag. But he has to certainly go in a little bit deeper, maybe get his nails a little digged in through the coursing veins of his enemies. As we have got TLT, there you have it, G1 already being taken down, but Levi, he needs to hold on. He needs to handle this entire situation as the push comes pouring in. This time Draco will succeed as Great get one for their name.
It was very quick. Team Great, we have been expecting a lot from them in the map number 1 as well, and they continue to do so in map number 2. But there's a question, will the player who is down on the knees get a revival anytime sooner? If not that, then what happens? Because they've lost 2 players already. Draco looking forward for the players to rush against him, having a shotgun as well as a UMP SMG in his hand, should be able to grab him a couple of more kills. And he's not even looking forward to go down. As soon as he goes down, we exactly know what happens next. He's going to be taken down. And if you have a look on the map spread out, it's 3 teams trying to collide against each other.
Yeah, a bittersweet love story, I must say. Tense Esports and Telugu Levi, they did face off against each other in Miramar, and this time Guru getting the better out of them yet again. And what on earth? Oh my god, was Guru thinking? Karthik just watching over that, but somehow he manages to escape away. Finds himself some cover, but look at this. Has nothing to patch himself up with. Just that syringe will give him some booster. Needs to buy a lot of time, but that's some nice parkour.
Ouch.
But a little too late. Snuffed out and being exterminated. It was raining teams in Los Leones, and seems like a few have already been dealt with. One of them already wiped out of the server. 2 more still alive.
Who's going to take down whom is definitely going to be a question. If we talk about Team TE as of now, they've got the information. They're trying to use the grenades, and it's such a quick battle. They don't have enough amount of loot to even repair yourself as of now. And look at him! The player was pushed. Still, he successfully gets 1 player down. He's got the shotgun, which he was trying to use once again. Will be spotted, taken down. Team TE definitely did it better over here and entirely wiped off Team GR8. They were amazing on the map of Erangel. They were spotted in the podium, but could not continue the same way in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, and that is the kind of consistency you would expect from a team. And teams need to understand, yeah, this had to do entirely with the flight path trajectory. And hold on, we are wrong, Tane. It was just not 3 teams. It was 5 freaking teams. What? Inside of Los Leones, and seems like Dragon Esports find themselves in a little bit of a pickle there. He spotted out Starboy, the IGL, his head cut off, and now he will also rest in peace. And all of a sudden, so much commotion happening around the map, so difficult to process what's really going on.
This is exactly what you expect when more than 3 teams land onto the same place with same planning. And I was expecting some sort of early battles happening, but not from the teams, those who are ready to go all in, and already 2 teams are all out. If you have a look at the current position of AimGod, he's trying to get a better view about who can be spotted, who not. And the team that I was looking forward to, which is 4 Kings, they are definitely jumping into early battle, getting to early elimination, and for now it's like a typical pause and play situation. They want to get better in terms of loot, they want to get better in terms of positioning, but AimGod is not willing to risk furthermore.
Yeah, I think AimGod doesn't have a lot of option, but the good thing, in fact the silver lining in all of this is for the teams especially, is that the flight path trajectory, it was a certain one, and so is the circle. We did see, a couple of days ago, these certain circles tend to end up where the players of Lucknow Giants are positioned, but it was some heavy traffic at Los Leones and the southern grounds around it. There's so many of these teams, 4K, they kind of are surrounded, and RVNG kind of injecting themselves from the southern side. But when you talk about the others in action, you've got a team from El Pozo, but Jim Jam Jod having spotted out one of the players already. Oh my goodness, Jim Jam. He's got to make sure he bobs and weaves. He's got 2 players in front of him. Still manages to connect, but a little too far. Gets traded off.
Thunder comes in as a savior, revives his teammate. But what happens to Jim Jam? That is going to be a question. Will he get his team involved as well? It was a long-range battle. And Jim Jam still holding on to his few last moments. Let's see how long can he survive that way. It's going to be DGNC criminals just trying to push in with no ammo, no guns, not much of medicines or med kits to work out with. He'll be taken down as well. And not a good day over here. Team DGNA will be put to sleep, and 4 Kings will survive, and the player who was taken down, Godless, will be revived in no time. So again, it's going to be 4 men standing strong and tall against other teams.
You know, I really felt like Dragon Esports had lost it at that point. Because if you could have noticed, Starboy was not inside of the game. The moment he got finished off, kind of was disconnected. Goes on to show that, yeah, something's wrong in their department right now. A team that was recently formed, and you could see the loadouts also not have the best of weaponry to play around with. Had a pump shotgun. Had it been an S12K or maybe a DBS or any other weapon, surely could have, you know, given a fight there. But right now, getting back to Los Leones, Tanya, this is where the action hasn't still stopped. You know, TENZ Esports managing to kind of relieve themselves from all that tension, but they still have an opposition right in front of them. Do take a couple of shots, but seems like it's just that position they're aware of.
He just compromised his position with the way he just gave a scar spray that harmed no one but himself. Either of the two, either he's trying to go ahead and give his position and there's somebody giving a good cover, and it is going to be Guru who is going to deliver a lot of damage. Now once again, that was just a lure in play. It's going to be Quagmire who's going to lure his position, players rushing towards him, and on the back end he has got a perfect team cover. This is a good strategic play coming in from the side of Team TE.
It certainly is. In the previous game of Erangel, they had their good times with Team Telugu and LEVI team. They'd almost managed to finish them off, but suddenly out of nowhere, God's Reign chimed in and put an end to them. But this time, they want to write their own story. Be the makers of their own movie over here. As TENZ Esports, you could see the tension around them. Players a little astray. Shots coming in from the back lines. Look who's knocking on the door. Has to be UDOG.
It has to be UDOG. They did not have a good start in the previous map, so this time they are going to make sure that whatever they do works into their favor. Zone is also going to shift in, but look at Guru. He wouldn't move an inch. He is holding this ridge for quite a while, and he's still trying to make sure he delivers a lot of damage. Now, finally, he decides to push in. Will this end up in his finish, or he's going to get a few finishes on his own? Because the way he's trying to push it was very, very risky, and that shouldn't have been done. The risk doesn't pay any rewards. Instead, it's going to be Prince, who definitely tries to give a little bit of cover and is going to revive. Prince arriving right on time was a blessing for Guru, because the way Guru pushed in, he was left with no hopes.
At least he's still breathing for now. He's been revived, and I think that's what Team TENZ would be really happy with. But look at that, trouble slowly but surely creeping in on their door. New neighbors have arrived, certainly unwanted, and UDOG, like you said, Tanya, they did not fare off well in the previous game. And everybody seems to have the same idea. Game number 1 in Erangel, a Pochinki Circle, who knows? Game number 2, we might get to see another one happening around Los Leones, and everybody wants to have the best position. Everybody wants to have a good real estate for themselves. But UDOG opting for a good decision, I must say. Taking those high grounds, I think now they can piece it together.
There's a question right now. What do you think, out of all the teams within the circle, 4 horsemen are not even looking forward to enter as of now? They're still in the blue zone. And what are their plans or strategies is still a question mark in 4 different ways for me.
I think they're just living up to their name, Tanya. Galloping with horses. and realizing maybe in those desert to not really give in that power, not that pace, maybe should opt for a vehicle. Regardless, I think every team has their own style of play. The moment the flight path trajectory came in front of us, it was quite evident it's a certain one, and then decided to go as far as El Pozo. So a lot of time taken already in traveling. Then you go down there, you get your loot done, and yeah, it takes a toll. But for now, what it's worth, it's just not UDOG. When we felt that was supposed to be the case, you've got another team. Team GG also decides to join the fray.
How many teams? One by one, one after another.
How do you get track of it?
Yeah, definitely I did. If we talk about Los Leones, we had total of 5 teams there, out of which 2 got eliminated. Third, later on, where Team Great definitely pushed in and with just a shotgun, successfully getting 1 knocker and then was taken down. But then again, we are seeing as soon as the circle takes a shift, again, the same position is trying to get occupied. Let's see where the day ends, about who is going to be the last man standing on that particular location.
I mean, I hope there's an ominous voice telling them inside the lobby, just stay away from Los Leones. It's absolutely packed. But I wish we could deliver that for these lads. But God's reign, they've got no monkey business. They do not want to be a part of that. And sticking to their reins, they always kind of tend to thrive from the edges. They tried that in the previous game, but failed. Just 5 finishes to their name, and you would kind of expect them to deliver. And it's not just about getting a chicken dinner. It has to be a very satisfactory chicken dinner. It's been a long time. After the BMPS ended, yeah, they ended up at the 2nd position, but still a remarkable performance by all means. But ever since that, in the domestic circuit and all the other tournaments that have happened, they have really underperformed. And Destro is of the opinion that yes, officials are the only events where we tend to deliver, so he's got to put his money where his mouth is.
And this is absolutely right time, because if you talk about the map of Miramar, Autobots have raised the bars too high by taking away a total of 28 points with the chicken dinner. So if there's anything to match up to that particular play on the map of Miramar, let's see, because they at least need to get around 25 plus points. Who's going to have a grand chicken dinner? That's going to be a question as of now, because a lot of teams are still surviving. And talking about 4 horsemen, they've already made a move within the circle. But look at the center. It's going to be a lot of teams against each other, and Team GDR, are they looking to plunge into any battle, or they are just trying to get a good view about which team is holding where, how to initiate if they're at all looking forward to it? And coming back to Team Revenge, see, they are going as passive as possible, but there's one more team who doesn't want to go passive. That's going to be Team LG Lucknow Giants. They did not have a good start either. They also ended up with only 5 finish points on their name.
I mean, we're 1,000 kilometers apart, Tanya, but you and I do think alike. I was just about to mention about RVNG because I really love their positioning. They're kind of keeping themselves aloof from the fight. They've got a really good first game going in their favor. And from here onwards, they want to rack up as many points as possible. I think 30 to 40 is what is going to be an achievable target. Anything beyond that should be an added bonus. But considering where the circle is going to take that shift, we're going to have a slight idea of how this game is going to progress. Because right from minute 1, we witnessed so many of those fights. But finally, there you go. The curveball strikes and it goes towards the western side. Now, for Horsemen, they're going to be so happy with their decision, right? They've got the entire western side control. They can even decide to spread out a little bit, spread their wings. And maybe then act upon all these teams trying to enter in. But look at the pour coming in from the eastern side.
The pour is not going to stop any sooner. They're going to make sure, try to occupy, at least preoccupy the best of position. But on the way of occupying any strong compound, it's going to be a lot of contesting. Let's see who is going to contest for what and who is holding pre-handedly. Because if you have a look at the team trying to push in, taking a lot of damage, they don't want the control of this compound actually. They were just trying to rotate, and it's going to be Team Vintage against which is forking. They are already into a good form. They have 5 finishes on their name, and they're not going to allow any rotation because Team GDR is right around the corner. 1 player down, and he will not survive furthermore because other 3 players are just trying to move out of sight.
Again, a beautiful start for GODSGIVEN. Have managed to get that 1 knock, but they need to know where exactly to pop the brakes, where exactly to push in, which fight to pick off. Important decisions have to be made, and Destro, he's already gotten 1 for his team. The captain leading the team by example. But for now, Thunder seems to be in a whole world of trouble. However, he's got a little bit of a cover coming in from Godless, and hoping so that Gotten also delivers. The range a little far, but yeah, fingers crossed that they've got those scopes on them. And GODSGIVEN completely aware of that situation. I like what they're doing right now. Not overstepping at all.
Because they have been punished in the previous map, so they are making sure of that everything falls right on place, and they don't want to do something which is not right for them. But Destro definitely jumping into fight, getting 1 finish instead of getting more ambitious, because he exactly had the information about where other 3 vehicles drove out of his sight. So if he wanted to, he definitely would have jumped in. But that is the exact way they lost all 4 players in the map of Erangel, and they don't want to be the same. But why is Thunder just holding on to this small bump of mountain for quite a while? But Revenge finally making the move using the bridges.
I need to digest this. Revenge, they were on the southeastern side of the map. They decide to entirely take that southern route, go from the bridges, go to the other island, the southern island, take the damage from the blue. And if this works out, it's going to be a genius move. RVNG, we've seen that in the past. Quite infamous for kind of trying to pull off something as mental as this. And the idea, we get it, right? They want that Chumasera higher ground control. But little did they know, it's already been occupied. Team RG, they are already stationed over there, just waiting for maybe RVNG to show up. The other alternative, however, has to be going a little bit further up north. But that is going to keep them aloof from the fights. But you never know what's going to happen, because majority of the teams still jousting it out, still wrestling around the southeastern parts of the map.
And they're not even looking for to move right now. They are just pausing, and they are waiting for somebody to initiate or instigate a battle, and then they want to end up either ways. And definitely each of the team is going to get instigated only if they feel that we might win this battle. But Team Revenge trying to pull this sort of rotation is also very, very risky, because wherever they are trying to rotate, there's a team already waiting for them. And look at the crosshair, it's already very well set.
The gamble certainly did not pay off, did it, Tanya? But they still take their chances. I think kind of reminds me of how Godlike even tried to initiate such a rotation in their game of Miramar. And we all know how it ended. And Team RG could be Autobots trying to put a stop at them. But it's not just Team RG over there, right? It is also the likes of the 4 Horsemen. But if you have to talk about the ones having the best position inside the circle, surely has to be GG. They've gotten that little high ground compound to themselves. Few of those teams coming in from their backlines. Surely when they will be out in the open, they will ensure they get a few haircuts on the opposition.
Or maybe either way around. They want to make sure, but nothing happens as planned usually on the map of Miramar. Thunder's position is finally compromised. He initiated with some firing pot shots. Destro will be the one who will tank up a little bit of damage and try to move out of sight. But does Thunder know the way he has instigated this fight might end up taking him down? Gotten coming out of this bin, trying to protect Thunder or give a cover fire, and Thunder deciding this was a wrong move. Getting back to his teammate, a perfect decision made. See, you don't need to indulge in something which might not end up in the favor. It takes a lot of courage to go back foot sometimes.
I think what Foking are doing is they're playing by the book. Ensure that 2 of their players are providing cover fire. But GODSGIVEN, they need to act quickly. Do not have a lot of time remaining. Just 10 seconds till the lobby starts closing in. And they have to have a contingency plan from around here. So many teams have already surrounded them, and they decide to just brute force their way. Have managed to secure one knock, and by the looks of it, they want to commit in for the push.
2 players going in, but are they aware about the UDOG's positioning? Because right now all they are looking forward to is fighting against Lucknow Giants, pushing against them. This is going to be a havoc here. All 4 players open in the ground, a lot of throwables. If you have a look at Delta, he's already down, Destro down as well. And God's Reign is struggling too hard. It's all down to Shogun, the last man standing. How long will he stand? And he'll stand no more. Team Lucknow Giants win this battle with Cyclone bleeding out, and he will be saving himself, but for how long again will be the question, because 4 Kings, they were just waiting there for quite too long.
You know, this is what I was complaining about for months. God's Reign always relying on the situation instead of taking control themselves. This time they got a knock elsewhere, decided to push, and there was another different entity, Lucknow Giants. They just happened to pass by, and they were like, alright, we've got a couple of finishes in front of us. And Shogun, having such a beautiful angle, still whiffing those shots. Maybe could have shifted onto a rifle and could have done much better. As the circle takes another shift, 4 King really happy with what's going on in the lobby so far. Already managing to accumulate 5 finishes to their name. Would love to kind of increase the names, kind of get that death note on. And now they're already in the midst of the action as TENS Esports. We had seen them in action right from the very beginning, but this is where things really start getting interesting and exciting as Team GG, they still hold on to the center.
Team GG is not looking forward for any change happening over here, except for look at 2 players, one on the lower grounds, one on the upper grounds. It's going to be 4 Kings, Godless, and it's going to be Team VNT Sins. Are they aware about the positioning is going to be a big question, because the way Godless is on the terrace, trying to get the view, trying to get the information, one player is just beneath his nose. I believe he has not sniffed that yet.
The tension building up. All these teams, you could hear in the desert the shots being fired, the echoes being heard. Goes on to resonate that yeah, only one shall prevail supreme. RVNG, they have managed to somehow pull off that rotation. Somehow they've managed to make it work, but still the work is far from done. They need to get inside the circle, especially given the fact that, Tanya, they're being watched by UDOG at this given moment. They need to find a way to remedy this hemorrhage situation that they have kind of put themselves under. Constantly just rotating around circles in the map. And now Rampage lets loose. Now UDOG seem to have surrounded the players of RVNG. As you can see, a couple of shots again being fired at Sonic Fox's direction. But Redox, he says, I have nothing to do with it. I want to get inside the circle. And that is exactly what they're doing. But little did they know that they've got another team right in front of them, and that has to be Team GG.
Team GG holding on to this position for quite a while, and now finally they are reaping fruits out of it. Justy, the new addition to the team, is trying to get the information, let alone information. He's trying to get the finisher, and in few moments itself, he's going to wipe off one of his opponents, and it's going to be 4 horsemen also trying to take an entry, and it's going to be a zone shrinkage happening alongside the battle. Lazy being very passive about his positioning, trying to heal himself up, using the throwables. And look at Kalyug, Revenge Esports. They need to make sure they do everything right away, right now, because holding on to this angles is not going to reap any fruits furthermore.
Certainly not, but now, as the fights do commence, once again, Team Boss, they find themselves in a really commanding position. This time, somehow, they've also managed to crack the code from the southwestern side. We know how good AimGod had been in the previous game. This time, he's got his eyes gazed at Richer. And Richer or Poor, we don't know as of now. For that, they need to accumulate a certain finishes. But Bantai, we did see him in the top 5 players. But this time, Boss, they haven't really opened up. They haven't really gotten any finishes in their account. But I'm liking the spread. They still have to close in, though, with Team RG keeping a close watch in on them. They somehow need to find an angle.
Will they get that sort of an angle with the small uphill the sandy dune uphill, the advantage that team RG has, because I believe only throwables can help you there. If they're not investing into that, it's done and dusted time for Team Boss. But as soon as I say that, they are dishing out a lot of damage to Team RG. If you talk about Alok, he's already lesser than 50% of HP using the smokes right here, right now, buying time for themselves to heal up and again get as strong as possible.
The plausible way has to be somebody needs to be sacrificial over here. Somebody needs to look over them. Something like CV had done in the previous game where Autobots managed to get the chicken dinner. But right now the poll comes in. RG Stark, is he prepared for that? Wants to reposition himself. But at the same time, they need to watch out their 6 because there could certainly be somebody else. But right now, Team Boss have inched in the gap. They've closed in as the grenades do pour in. One of the players already being taken down. And suddenly the frenzy settles in. Sparky having no clue what's going to happen as Harsh has also been brought down on his knees. Aim God with a sliver of HP. Sparky, the only healthy man surviving this fight against the entire world, does have that murky smoke to protect him, but those grenades do come in. Stark still alive though. But now this is what I was worried about, Tanya. From the back lines, you've got another team now dishing so much of that damage, and Team RG, the only surviving member, shall be Alok.
That was not only involvement of one team but multiple team battle over here. For Kings, they are the table toppers as of now, and now they're trying to go on the move. They have got the information of Alok, and finally it's going to be GG's Error who is trying to deliver a lot of damage on the other side of the map. Will he be successful enough to grab that extra finish point? But if you have a look at Newbie, he is down on his knees. Will he get the resurrection, which is much more than necessary, because still there are 11 players in 4 teams surviving. You need those numbers up to win the chicken dinner. Not everybody can go 1v4 every single time, or 1v3 for instance.
Alok, he's been dead to rights. He's got no means of escape over there. Certainly this is his moment. Either he shines or he gets perished into this desert. Gives his soul away. But for what it's worth, Team 10 Esports, they have been playing an amazing game of BGMI. 12 finishes already accrued for this team. Now they decide to go up against the big dogs. For King, they have been dominating this lobby, but they fall short as Guru's shot does connect. And now the numbers start dwindling down as Goten, this time he does not get that opportunity to turn into a Super Saiyan. As now Quagmire, he's got his attention elsewhere at the players of GG Esports as Alok finally takes the final breaths as Team 10 Esports, they decide to go in for the glory.
4 versus 3 is the situation, initiating battle with a lot of throwables, molotovs, nades, everything. They are forcing the players to push out, but on the counter as well, Quagmire will struggle over here with the counter nades hopping in. Zone is also shrinking in. They got a very little position, very little angle to heal themselves up, to again move out and be buckling up for the battle. For now, it's going to be the situation where it's 2 versus 4. I believe it's the time that it's going to be very tough time for GG to just move out, because if they move out from the longer route, Zone is going to dish out a lot of damage. If they directly come out, the team TE is just waiting for them like vultures.
Certainly, and Ashi decided to intervene, and he did have to meet his makers. Now 10 Esports, they have to put the pieces together. They know they need to let the players of GG come out, and GG making those mistakes, and they will be punished for that. As Tens did come down to the wire, but this time they seemed unfazed and managed to grab this amazing winner chicken dinner. What a play from 10 Esports right from minute 1 till the final moments of the game. They had been absolutely stellar, and finally this paying off in dividends. They earned themselves a beautiful victory.
They were very sure about it, how they have to win it, how they have to rotate, how they have to intervene the third party, how they have to make sure that how to get those extra finish points. And obviously, it's the map of Miramar who raises the bars way too high for chicken dinners, because we don't see a lot of point system raising up after that, because somehow being an open grounded map, one of the team gets the advantage, and it's very tough to create that advantage. For now, Team TE definitely were able to make that move.
I mean, I'm not good at maths, but I try to keep in count. And I think 4 or 5 teams at the very minimum, dropped in out on Los Leones. And eventually, most of them that we saw flourish were actually in Los Leones, or maybe the areas around of it. So 10 Esports, they drop down. They kind of have again a dance with destiny. Their old lovers, and did manage to take down Telugu, Levi, and team. And then it was another team also that they managed to deal with. They managed to get a couple of finishes. Whilst all of it was happening, Forking on the other side, they had a fight against Dragon Esports and did not have a lot of trouble without even losing a limb. They managed to wipe out that entire squad. But tell me something, Tanya, what's wrong with the circles? Why is it all going towards those, big cities? First game we saw around Pochinki, this time around Los Leones.
Well, we always complain, right, that the circle is trying to be as terrible as possible. So this time, it's like I'm being very good to the players right now, but the players trying to survive for way too longer, and then it's all about commotion, and it's multiple. We always say third party, but this time we call it a group party, because what happens is 4 to 5 teams battling against each other, and to exactly leaves us also with a question mark: who is going to win and how? And out of that, if Team TE is able to win it, they did a spectacular work.
I mean, I had the perfect terminology for it, but if I say that, the entire broadcast goes 18 plus, so we're gonna resign ourselves from that. But what an amazing game, right, Tanya? Because when you look at the others also, RVNG, as a matter of fact, I think they might have traveled a lot of miles to get inside the circle. Initially, we saw them kind of hunker down at the southeastern side. Then they went through the bridges, and then they went all the way up top. But, that all kind of... at a point, they managed to get a couple of finishes. That was just about it. But the MVP, the real daddy of this game, let's find out who is that one person gonna be. It has to be Cotton. So from Forking, we did see them earlier in the reaction against Dragon Esports. Did have a nice contribution. Went into Super Saiyan mode, but towards the latter phase of the game, he was clipped off.
Well, talking about Forking, they were just amazing and in their own way. And talking about Gotten though, he got our eyes very early on, because the way Forking were trying to make sure to create some space for themselves right off the bat, to be honest, and surviving as a squad until the end. It is not very easy. Sure, they couldn't survive for a little longer until top 3 as such, but we have many more players to talk about who have been the top 5 players for the day for this particular map.
Oh yeah, I think surely you need to mention the players of GG and GODSGIVEN. I think this is one of those teams that we were initially discussing about. Even in that game of Erangel, it was a tough call for them. They still somehow managed to go through, and kind of gives you that GLA vibes, right? One of the unknown names. They've been grinding it out, and finally, I think the fruits are visible in front of us. The results are definitely there. But for Team 10s, especially after having such a rough start into that game of Erangel when they were eliminated by the likes of God's Reign, this is a nice way to bounce, bounce back into the lobby. But yeah, when I just mentioned God's Reign, the problem's still existing. This time, it went worse.
This time definitely it went worse, because they are looking forward to initiate a battle somewhere without information. They're not trying to get the read about where can the players push in. We will continue to talk about it as well, but before that, let's have a look on the point standings about how each and every team individually performed. Well, without a doubt, on number 1, we are going to spot 10's Esports with total of 26 points. And yeah, this is going to be a grand chicken dinner, to be precise, because 16 finish points is not butter on the knife on the butter. It's very, very tough to accumulate and decimate total of 4 teams against them.
So I think GODSGIVEN so far has been one of the consistent ones, and Forking Esports 19 points, like you said, is going to be quite monumental for them, especially in their endeavors of trying to get inside the top 16 towards the end of the grind. But Lucknow Giants, just those 4 finishes out of God's Reign, and that was pretty much it. Boss Esports, I think they kind of overthought situations, could not do much, just 3 position points. 4 Horsemen, they were trying to gallop through the desert, but yeah, their legs were again shot down. UDOG India, however, Tanya, they were kind of holding on to a decent spot. But we kind of saw that they wanted to take those late fights, and in doing so, forgot that they had to get inside the circle. And the moment they did, poof, they vanished.
They vanished in thin air, and later on we couldn't spot them anywhere. But I also have a question for Dragon Esports, Bob Esports, ex-Magnum official. Were they willingly trying to go for early on battle without gaining anything out of it, or it was just by chance? Because sure, we don't expect Los Leones to get so extra populative, or they were reading it, except they couldn't execute the way they wanted it to. But there's a question for Great Esports. They were just commendable on map number 1. They couldn't continue. So there's a thing that, like I always personally say, whatever you are doing, make sure you repetitively do that. If that's working nicely. Great Esports were very good on the survival instincts in the previous map, as well as getting those extra finishers. This time, they couldn't do it that same way. And talking about God's Reign, the matter of God's Reign goes into the hands of gods as of now, because they are definitely not looking forward for getting the exact knowledge about where the opponents are.
Yeah, and even when you look at Dragon Esports in the first game of Erangel, they fared off decent. Did not have the best of circles, just had 2 of those players surviving. But this time, you could clearly see that there was something not right with them. The entire body language, how they responded to fights, it was just like they were playing for formality. And I'm sorry to sound harsh, because after having such a good game, I don't know what went wrong with them. Starboy instantly gets finished off and suddenly disconnects from the game. The IGL not watching over the boys. What are they supposed to do? And again, like you said, Great Esports did not find that consistent run. And when you know that you just have 3 matches to play in this entire week, and then there will be a grand shuffle, and then you will be facing against some unknown forces. Maybe you haven't faced off against them before that. But that being said, if you fail, then you have to play through the qualifiers. But for the ones that aren't playing grind, let me remind you, you've got 15 to 21. That's timeline. That's the window. We're giving you 7 days over here. Make sure you get the best out of it. Play all your matches. And another reminder, the top 4 players that you have registered, they will have to play the qualifiers. If you get your substitute player in, then unfortunately, that's not going to count.
So make sure you don't miss this grand opportunity, and I and Fixers would definitely love to cast you guys as well. Coming back to the map of Miramar though, I like the way how GG was able to produce those finish points. Because why do I call it produce? Because something was not ending up in his favor, and he was making sure to turn the table, ending up into his favor, which is not an easy task when you don't have a good compound to work out with it. And it was all in the open, which is very, very risky because you are vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, those were those risky situations, and he did the best from what he could really accomplish. But that being said, Miramar has been done and dusted. But our craft and publishers, they've got something amazing for you guys in this promo. Watch it out right now.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. That guy.
The battlegrounds of India that we have so far gone to love and adore. And this is the love for the game that brings us together in it, Tanya. I mean, every single night before going to sleep, ensuring that I go for a little bit of a rank push. However, my teammates, if you've got the likes of Maisie, Spiro in your team, you don't tend to flourish. And that's the result why we're on the desk. But Tanya, we would love to hear your stories. But now let's come back to what's important. That is the map of Sanhok. And let me give you a quick prediction before I go out. I think GODSGIVEN, they have got this in the bag. They're winning this.
Whoa, that was pretty quick of you, because the way GODSGIVEN is performing, I believe they are going to go again, YOLO, and which is not ending up into their favor. Same group 14 is going to face off against each other. This is going to be the last map for the day. It is the map of Sanhok, the most unpredictable, usually what I personally say is two teams who haven't yet performed so good get the perfect opportunity. So God's reign is Fix's pick over here. I myself, Tanya, alongside me, it is going to be Nick over here. And if I had to ask him about the previous map as well as the upcoming map, which is going to be Sanhok, what's your call on God's reign actually? Because we all expect a lot on them.
Now, God's Reign, first game, rough outing. Second game, rough outing. Team on the latter half of the board. That's not something I expected at all. Once again, I'm going to remind every single person that is currently watching the stream, this is the team that is the defending champions. And you do not expect such sort of a performance from the defending champions themselves. Even Dragon Esports, another team that is quite solid. That can be said about them too. Even Revenge Esports, another team that is quite solid. Even they ended things on the latter half of the board. One thing is for sure, Miramar isn't really looking like the stronger suit for these teams. But let's hope in the game of Sanhok, things can be a little bit different. Fixes went for God's Reign. I'm going to go for Revenge Esports on Sanhok. What about you?
Oh, well, I will not look upon exactly about who can, but I feel Lucknow Giants should be able to do it. It was a rough day for them from the start, in the mid, and let's hope in the third part of the day, they are able to bring back whatever best they have in them. And talking about the defending champions, sure, we have huge expectations. If at all they're not able to grab that chicken dinner, sure, they should be grabbing those extra finish points because they've got the title for something. They have got the title without winning any chicken dinners. So maybe if they are not able to win the chicken dinner fairly good, if they are able to get good amount of finish points and in the podium, because that is exactly, they have won the title and that is exactly, we might get to see them in top 3 in the upcoming map.
With God's Reign, it just feels like they've got the confidence inside of the lobby, but it's just all about the rotations, and they're just overthinking a lot of the scenarios that they do not really need to. And that's why they're just fumbling up a lot of the fights. It's like they have got the recipe, but they just do not know exactly how to cook. But for now, we've got the plane in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok is booting up on the screens right now as the plane flat path starts all the way from Sami towards Cow. And once again, the plane flat path is actually quite balanced. It is the map of the Sanhok. You can stretch wherever you want.
Well, I believe bootcamp should be a place where we can see the first finish hopping in. If at all the players are looking forward to the same scenario as I am looking forward to it. But for sure, there are going to be 2 to 3 teams who are going to jump into and dive towards the northwest island on the map of Sanhok. But talking about the first pick though, we have spotted one team who has been very repetitive and constant about it. And for now, is it going to be GG once again? And no, GG is very safe.
Oh my God. 3 teams inside of boot camp. And then even towards Paradise Resort, there's another drop clash. What is going on, Tanya? There's too many fights happening at the same time. Oh, I'm not a big fan of this type of a commotion, but hey, I like early game aggression too, and this is what exactly is going on. God's Reign, off the rip, they're kicking things off in the favor for themselves, as they do get a couple of elimination points to start things off, but unfortunately, they've also lost out on Justin inside of the fight, and Justin is one of the key assaulters for God's Reign. They do need that man in order to succeed. Unfortunately, Justin's already been kicked out back to the lobby, and now it's just down to a 3-man squad from God's Reign. They do have the man advantage inside of the fight, and they're probably going to try to press upon the charges, but let's see how well they will be able to do so. They've got the information too where the man is.
Are they looking for to push, tanking up a lot of damage? But before anything could happen, I believe it's the time to say bye to UDOG, and Destro will definitely get a revive. That was a pretty quickly escalated battle, and finally we see a good action coming in from the side of God's Reign. But they lost Justin. That is a massive, massive loss.
And now it's time to move on towards boot camp. 1 hot drop done. Time to move on towards second one. And DGN, Starboy, way too up close and personal against the enemies. And he's also quite softened up. He does not really have a lot of HP to back him up. Hopefully his teammates are going to be there to provide the cover fire. The entire team is up and alive. And they're also like the hungry wolves, just looking to prey up on the opponents. But yeah, talking about the previous fight, right? UDOG. Honestly, UDOG was another one of those teams that has been struggling throughout the day. And now that they've been eliminated from the game off the rip, man, that just stings.
Now it's a pause before the battle continues. Starboy, as you mentioned, doesn't have much of HP to work out with. He does have a team support, sure, but he's... And look, on the other side of
Oh
the
my
map, it's
God.
going to be Team Revenge against Team LG, and Kalyug will be put down to sleep. He was caught with 3 players, and it's Mugambo this time. He's barely surviving by the skin of his teeth and successfully able to pull that sort of elimination, which is very good. He has got 3 finishes on his name, but on the way, they have already lost Frenzy.
Hey, Revenge Esports, listen, hear me out, okay? I did not mean to curse you guys. I was just trying to root for you guys. I made the prediction you guys are going to win. It was not me. It was you, okay? I didn't mean to curse you guys, man. I'm sorry, okay? I was just going for the prediction. But anyways, we've already got 3 teams taking an exit to the lobby. UDOG, Revenge, TLT. What is going on? This is the exact way we wanted the Sanhok to go. But I'm just surprised the fact that we're actually getting what we want.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was trying to initiate with. That bootcamp will be the place where early elimination should be taken place. But treat to my eyes, not only bootcamp but Paradise Resort was also involved into the early battles. We're talking about God's Reign as of now. They are 3 players surviving. They've got the hands-on vehicles and they are trying to make a move. I really get scared, Nikro. The moment they get hands-on vehicles, they go for such difficult long routes, which is barely necessary, or the overthinking.
Yeah.
I think that is not panning out the way they are trying to execute, the way they are trying to make sure that nobody is already occupying that part of the map. But whenever they are doing as such, they are caught off guard, they're taken down, and they are struggling the early elimination.
It's all about realizing your stronger suit, right? And God's Reign stronger suit is their firepower. And they need to rely that. And as long as they're not able to rely on that firepower, it's going to be a big problem. There's no need to go for the longer rotations. Just rely on the firepower. Go for the fights. Assert some dominance in the lobby. And just get the chicken dinner. And God's Reign, considering the fact that these guys have been with each other for the longest time, they probably do have the team synergy to do so. They are going to be fluid inside of the team fights too. We've seen them being fluid inside of the team fights. The problem is the positioning game, the rotation game that they're trying to pull off. And it's just not working off that well. Before now, we've got teams pushing off against each other. DG in the receiving lines as one of the mans being knocked out. It's Jim Jam. He's on the staircase, another man in the front, but the nade's being tossed to perfection. And what am I seeing? It was his own teammate blowing him up. What? Captain tossed in the nade towards the staircase. His own teammate got blown to smithereens. What am I watching? What is this game?
I believe there was a lack of communication because the player was already pushing in with the shotgun and it was DBS. One shot would have done everything that they wanted a grenade to do, and a little bit of miscommunication, sure, Clutch will be revived, but that was too much to digest for a while.
And now one last man alive, Starboy. The man's just stranded inside of the house. He's completely trapped. He's got nowhere to go. One single shotgun shot. The man's already taken down to 1 HP. Yeah, it's really rough outing for Starboy himself. And then he's also being spotted in the front. Oh my god. What just happened? This is what you call complete panic. The players panicked. He tossed in the nade. He blew his own teammate up. Luckily enough, they had the man advantage, so they came out on top. But things could have been way bad. Off the rip, we're seeing 4 teams being eliminated inside of the lobby, and still the action keeps on continuing. I love it.
And talking about Team X Mag official, sure, they did not have a good communication there, but still they are able to successfully get those 4 finish points in surviving strong squad. Talking about Team BB as of now, they are trying to crawl through these grasses. I believe Jody has got some information, but where are they heading towards? What's the information that they have? Because if you have a look at the map, there is nobody around. They are just trying to go find a sneaky way to enter within the circle, or maybe trying to get a good positioning.
This is what you call overthinking. And that's what the players are doing for now. Yeah, overthinking is a big enemy of a human being, and the players should realize sometimes overthinking can actually make things worse. And BB, there's no one around them. They're still trying to scout it out. I guess, well, still you can't say precaution's better than cure, right? So that's what these guys are doing.
If you have a look at the circle, Necro, just look, it's totally eastern-oriented circle. And the teams who went towards the western island, they need to make sure they make a move. And talking about Four Kings again, this is the team who takes a lot longer the rotation compared to anybody else. That exactly happened in the previous map as well. Team TE, well, Prince was also spotted in the MVP section. And center of the circle in the hands of God's Rain. Do you think now they don't have to use the vehicles? Will they be able to convert this situation into chicken dinner?
Maybe. Because it is the game of Sanhok. Look, it's really tough to say who's going to be able to convert the chicken dinner or not. Because at the end of the day, it is a zone-oriented map, right? If the circle moves away, then all the hopes and dreams will be instantly shattered within the matter of seconds. And God's Rain, considering this team started things off with only a 3-man squad, that's even rough. And as I mentioned, Justin is one of their primary IGL, or not IGL, their primary fraggers. So he need the man towards the front lines. Delta PG is of course there too, but still, you know, it's like a combination that they have. Delta PG and Justin, they hit together. Before now, we've got GG taking a fight against Vintage. The first knock was found. Some nice shooting from this man.
GG first trying to get few players down on the knees. Will he be successful about it is going to be a question, because he's got the zone advantage, he's got the height advantage, just leaving a few pot shots and not continuing to deliver the same. And coming back to God's Rain, they're not using vehicles for rotation, so I believe they should be able to perform a little better as compared to what they have done, because rotation is something that is not ending up so well for them. And he has got some clean information about it, because Fast definitely left for a pause for a little while and gets a knock on his hand. No finisher. It is a long range battle where knock, revive and heal is going to be on the repetitive mode.
GG is one of those teams. In the previous game, they did quite decent, right? Second spot, getting the decent amount of placement points to themselves. And then now we've got BB2 in front of us. BB is one of those teams that is just moving out in the open, that is running on their foot. I'm not sure how good of a choice that's going to be, but in my opinion, considering it is the map of Sanhok, you should at least try and secure the centric spot of the circle as quick as possible. Towards the center, there's a lot of teams.
Who gets into the center is going to be a question for sure, because Circle definitely for now is favoring a lot of teams, but at the end, as the end progresses, everybody is mostly is going to be left out in the open. If you have a look on the Team LG, they are just under the cover of shacks. Team Vintage deciding to make a move with the vehicles that they possess, and they are trying to get a good hold onto a grounds without any hesitation. I believe they do have a good route to follow, because there's nobody already on that way who's going to contest any of the locations. Gradually, once they enter the vicinity deeper, they are going to slow down, and just as I mentioned, definitely they are looking forward to slow down, and it's going to be within 5 seconds and counting. New circle will be created. They are looking forward for a compound which is not yet contested, and they've got the information. They've got a better positioning. They can go and grab hands upon that island.
And the next circle pops up, Tanya. Shifts down a little bit down south, but still okay. It's not that much of a hard shift, right? Teams can still work around with it. BBE is in a really good spot too, including great esports. And then you've also got Boss trying to make it in towards the centric spot of the circle. Lucknow Giants a little bit on the southern side. You can't see Mogambo all by himself on the screen for now. And there's a chance he can be contested by another team that is quite close to him. It's going to be in the name of Team Vintage. We might see a fight brewing up there. What do you think?
Definitely, there's going to be something happening right here. Team Vintage already hopping in and talking about Team Lucknow Giants. They won the drop clash, sure, but now they're left with only 2 players. So if we talk about the man-to-man advantage, right now, Vintage has got the upper hand there, and if they at all decide to push them, there's nothing that can save them. But no, they're not looking forward to fight them. They're just moving out in the open, or they're trying to cover them. They're trying to wrap around. This is the perfect room of opportunity of pushing in, and they've got all the information. Well, they got shot. They got shot with the shotguns from Mogambo. And that was a shocker for Team Vintage.
It was a surprise. Lucknow Giants, they were just... Oh, wow, nice nade. Mogambo, unfortunately, tosses the nade in his own house and almost chips out a lot of damage upon himself. And it's now going to be TE as well, just trying to engage themselves in the fight. It's a third party from TE, and as I mentioned, it is the map of Sanhok. It is known for the third parties, and Team Vintage slowly and steadily getting picked off. Vintage almost on the verge of getting completely eliminated as they've only got one last man standing on the feet, and he too is inside of the shack. Flash is being almost flushed out with the utilities. He's still somehow alive with full HP. TE is looking forward to make that push happen. Molotov tossed in. They just want to flush the man out of his comfort zone, but still TE, they're not pushing up close and personal just yet. They're not pushing against Flash himself.
Finally, as soon as we talk about it, they want to instigate this battle with few grenades in their hand, and they're going to toss it right on time. TE will be able to take down Vegeto in no time, and he has got the information about the Prince as well before Prince goes down. He delivered enough damage, and it's going to be Guru who's going to try to save Prince as early as possible. He gets a few loot crates, and Team Vintage decimated.
They dissipate from the lobby. Lucknow Giants with only 2 players. Now it's going to be a 2v4 battle. The man tosses in the Molotov to try and clear up the doorway. It easily breaks down, and now Guru is also cooking up a nade. He's going to try to bang it off the wall, and that's what he's doing. But unfortunately, it does not go deep enough. Another utility tossed in. It's going to chip out some more damage. Mogambo, this man is way too low. The utilities, they're putting the constant pressure. Another nade tossed in, but he still gets somehow the knockout. And that's it. TE, considering they had the man advantage, they overwhelmed Lucknow Giants.
But still, even after the house was burning with Molotov, the grenades were tossed in. He successfully was able to get that knock almost. And at the end of the day, they were outnumbered. We definitely talked about it. So the predictions of Lucknow Giants taking away winner chicken dinner is again down the drains. So you called it about revenge. They are down. I called about Lucknow Giants. They are down. Now let's wait and watch towards God's reign, because that is the last prediction remaining. Talking about the circle though, it's going to be Team GR8. 2 players still holding on to a good positioning. And let's also talk about Team BB. They have got a good split, which is going to be 1 player a little ahead, trying to grab as much as information possible, and at the 3 remaining within the cover. Not only within the cover, but also waiting, gatekeeping about who can enter through there.
Look at the top left side of the circle. It's like a big wave of vehicles and teams just trying to move in from that same spot. There's a chance we might see a big rotation class. And look at God's Reign just doing the same thing once again, rotating and hugging the blue and moving from that spot. Hopefully the outcome's not going to be the same as the previous games, because the rotations, they've been a big question mark on the side of God's Reign. And speaking of them, we've got them on the screen too. Destro is going to be the man to lead the pack, and he is the IGL too, so it's his job. God's Reign, they've got 3 players up and alive. Their strong suit is their firepowers and the team communication in the fights itself. So they should try and rely on that strong suit a little bit more.
Yeah, I would admit to it. They should be relying a little more. But at this point of time, vehicles in the hands of God's Reign is very, very risky. They have been spotted. Car will tank up the damage for a while, but Destro again going in for the longest route possible. They have attempted this twice, and it did not work both of the times, and still they are looking forward for the same strategy, and they are going to run down in the foot of one team. No, they are looking for the rotations as of now, but the vehicles always roar a little louder, so the rotations have been heard. REXA Gaming did not have a good start in the first map, followed by the third as well. Sure, they did have few finish points there. So what do you think? The GG versus Gladiator, God's Reign, and it's going to be Ritik, very close and personal. Team X has also joined in the party.
Yeah. Team X, they're probably going to be facing the brunt of things, but for now you've got BB facing off against 4 Kings. The vehicle gets blown up. Nicely done to the knockouts instantly. Found 4 kings. They've only got the last 2 remaining players as well inside of the fight. Mr. 360 in the back lines, and the watchtower itself is also being chipped up. He's being knocked out a while ago. BBE, they're trying to take a lot of fights at the same time, and then they're also facing off against the players of 4 Horsemen. They're facing off 2 different teams at the same time, and then you've got BBE right in the smack center in the sandwich, and now it's all down to Jody. What a big mistake that was, challenging 2 different teams at the same time.
Autobots were successful enough to escalate this sort of battle, but not every time, not everywhere, not every team can do it, because the situations, the maps, the position always have different sort of play sets. Right now, will Captain get the revive is going to be a question, and I believe the answer is no already, because the zone is shrinking in, and REDX needs to survive for as early as for as long as possible for those extra placement points. If you have a look at Boss right now, as always, they are late rotators, and they're going to survive. They're going to reach in the circle quite safely. But once they reach the circle, it's going to be Team Great waiting for them, GR8 waiting for them.
Hrithik Bot, as you mentioned, yeah, Great is of course waiting for that team. Before now, you've got Hrithik Bot taking a lot of damage from the blue. Hopefully he's got decent meds to keep on tanking the damage, at least for a while, because he cannot go for the med strat anymore. And GG at the top, they've got so much info to play with. The man's out in the open, things could have been way worse. Luckily enough, the man's still alive, and Error needs to make sure he's not really overcommitting on these fights. If he does peek out for too long, his head will be lost instantly. There's 3 more players just looking forward to move out in the open, try and make it inside of the zone. Great against 4HM. What a perfect nade that was from Draco. Finding 2-piece with that 1 single utility, and then 4 Horsemen, they reply back in a great fashion too. Wall of Death moving in, great. They will need to try and leave that spot and try to at least close in to the safe side. And look at the next circle shift. It's going to favor the players of GG and also the players of GODSGIVEN.
For now, talking about Team GR8, though 2 players are down on the knees. Sure, Draco has found enough time to revive one of them. Will Surya be revived as well is going to be a question. And talking about the circle, finally GODSGIVEN is the team is going to gradually move in slowly and steadily, but there's going to be a team entirely waiting for them, and that team is trying to be as aggressive as possible, not allowing the entry, and that team is none other than GG. They've got hold onto some shacks, but for how long is going to be a question, because if you look at the positioning of Team GODSGIVEN, on the right hand side they're getting fire from Team TE, and GG is also struggling hard, bad, and with the throwables involved, Power Blast involved. Error tried everything that was in hands, but nothing worked, and he's down on the knees right now.
This fight is quite a scrappy one. GG losing out on 2 players themselves, and the same thing can be said for Team Boss. There's Sparky in the back lines, the only glimmer of hope they've got left alive. And then look at the back. It's great moving out in the open. For GG, there's so many points to be grabbed at the same time that they're not able to accomplish anything. They're not able to accumulate and collect anything. GG are getting shot at from all the different directions. TE from the back lines, from the front. It's going to be Great approaching them. This is getting a little bit too tough. There's also Boss in the front lines for Great. And Great slowly and steadily moving in, inch by inch, trying to wipe out the players of Boss, trying to wipe the floor off the players of Boss. And Sparky, he finds the first, gets the second one too. Another man in the back, and he's still somehow alive. Volley's not going to be alive anymore. The Molotov, what was placed perfectly, and now it's time for TENS Esports to try and close on up a little bit more and collect the last elimination point, and they do so easily for the players of GODSGIVEN. This can't be the exact game they were looking for, but then they need to move out in the open. I'm not sure what GODSGIVEN is doing.
This is the exact time where they have to show the firepower. Final circle, final map of the day. If they are going passive as of now, 1 player is already bleeding out. If they're looking forward to revive, go ahead and do that. And that player is pretty strong. Going up in the open is going to be very punishable, because it's going to be Quagmire delivering as many leads as possible on his way. And throwables involved as well. The players are falling down like fleas. The future for Team GODSGIVEN doesn't look very clean to me. It's all down and out to the last man standing, and it's going to be Team TE taking away winner chicken dinner.
Oh my god, GODSGIVEN! Another big blunder follows up, and then TENS Esports, they instantly capitalize. I mentioned this over and over again. Sanhok is a zone-centric map, and if you're relying heavily on Sanhok for your success, it's a big problem. GODSGIVEN, 3 games, not a lot of points accumulated. That's a big red flag. And even in this previous game, they did not really go for a lot of fights. They only got the 4 points at the start. And then later on, GODSGIVEN, they were just pinning themselves in the compound. Oh, such a big blunder this was. The defending champions not off to a great start, and now they've only got 3 more chances in the hands to secure themselves a slot in the top 64.
To be honest, I was expecting them to take away chicken dinner. They had the number advantage. Sure, the zone was closing in, but they could have definitely pushed out, used the throwables for comparatively a little earlier. I mean, I don't know, whatever, did not work into their favor. I'm out of words. I'll tell you why. Because this was the map where I was really looking forward to chicken dinner coming in from the defending champions. That the title that they possess has a lot of power within. But with the same lineup, definitely, they couldn't perform well.
Yeah, not being able to live up to the expectations, not being able to live up to the title, as you mentioned. Yeah, it is definitely a big letdown for the fans as well, and this is not something I saw coming. I thought GODSGIVEN is going to be one of those teams that will easily just dominate. It's going to be like, but instead, no, that's not the case. Now, I just hope that in the upcoming 3 games, GODSGIVEN can actually establish something even better and do something even better, because in the 3 games, they would need to make sure that every single game is either going to be a chicken dinner to be inside of the top 16, or just try and secure yourself a slot inside of the top 64 and just hope for the best.
Yeah, but definitely it might be a disappointment for the fans of GODSGIVEN. But talking about the other teams who have done tremendously well, Team TE, they have been very consistent ones. Sure, not in the terms of chicken dinner, but when we talk about finish points, they haven't been hesitant. They have been rightly present when they had to get those finish points. Even after being outnumbered, they have pushed to their markers. And again, we should also involve, if we have to talk about a team who is aggressive to get those finish points, it's GG. They haven't been hesitant to instigate the fight, which is 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3, which is very, very good. So the team who doesn't want to win chicken dinner, sure, but if you're able to accumulate the amount of finish points who can match up to the marker, that's fairly good, and that is exactly Team GODSGIVEN was counted on for. Even if they don't have chicken dinner, that's cool, but they need to have those finish points. They need to have that courage to just barge into any battle, and they do have that firepower. They do have those players.
Exactly, and GG's, now touching up a little bit more on GG over here, right? I like the fact that their rotations are pretty clean. They always do find quite a good spot for themselves inside of the circle. The same thing happened in the map of Miramar. Now the same thing happens on the map of Sanhok as well. And then you move on forward towards TENS Esports, a team that just came in out of nowhere, right? It's an unknown team. I personally have never seen this team perform in the past, but TENS Esports just comes in out of nowhere, performs and dominates the lobby, gets 2 chicken dinners back to back. Man, one thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of people in the chat being super impressed by TENS Esports, but now it's time for us to find out the MVP of the previous game. It should be someone from TENS Esports.
Yeah, definitely it should be, and it is going to be SG7, TENS Esports SG7, with a total of 7 finishes, which is very clean. And if we have to talk more about Team TENS Esports, the players were getting knocked out over and over again, but they made sure that the numbers, the army should stand tall, and the numbers are revived, resurrected as and when needed.
Indeed, I mean, SG7 definitely putting up a big number on the board for his team, and then you move on forward and now try and look at the top 5 players of the previous game. You're also going to find a little bit more members of TENS Esports. It's Prince on the board too. You find Captain with 4 elimination points. You found great Esports as well on the board. Draco's over there with 4. Then you've also got Shogun on the table as well with 3 finishes wrapped up and the map impact of 5%. In general, look, it was a decent game from GODSGIVEN, but you do not expect decent from them, right? Considering all the first 3 games were a big bomb from them. They really needed this game to be in their pockets, but unfortunately, this was not.
It was almost the game, I believe, but they were a little hesitant to initiate that fight. But there's one more team that I would definitely want to talk about is ex-Magnum official, ex-captain belonging to the same team. They were also going very, very amazing throughout the map of Sanhok. We'll get a better picture once we jump into the point standings about how many finish points were they able to accumulate. But number one, without a doubt, 10 esports, 15 finish points, 10 position points with the chicken dinner that they had, with total of 25 points. Great esports, once again, as consistent as possible. Sure, the map of Miramar did not end up as they wanted to, and God's Reign spotted in top 3, but something way below what was expected from them.
Exactly. I mean, the point standings, they are a clear picture of what exactly just happened in the previous game. Godsreed with only 10 points in the first 2 games. They did not really get a lot of points. So once again, in the overall standings, I do not really expect a lot of things from Godsreed, but Great Esports getting 12. Then you've also got Boss Esports actually staying pretty consistent. And then GODSGIVEN Esports 2 with 6 points accumulated. 4 Horsemen, even they were not able to show themselves on the board. LUCKNOW Giants, another renowned org inside of the Indian region. Even they did not really get a lot of points. Moving on forward and looking at the latter half of the board, we're going to see some rough performances. Dragon Esports, this team I personally had a lot of expectations from, but yeah, I mean, they were not able to deliver, of course.
Yeah, they couldn't manage to survive a little longer, and as soon as they were put against any team, they lost numbers. And then once you start losing numbers, there's no way you can battle against a 4-man squad. And talking about Team REXA, they did not have a good start. Sure, in map of Miramar, they were able to achieve few points here and there. But then again, this time again, we spot a big 0. Talking about Team Vintage, that's also a 0. Let's have a look upon how their overall performances were, including of all 3 matches. 10 esports with 2 chicken dinners and total of 52 points. Boss Esports with 1 chicken dinner on their name. And rest assured, they were made sure to get those finished points with total of 33 points on their name. Great Esports, the consistent ones, also stand in top 3 in the podium with total of 26 points.
Ooh, I mean, the top 3 is looking pretty okay, but then you look a little bit underneath and you find GODSGIVEN Esports with 25 points, 4 King Esports with 24, the defending champions all the way on the 6th spot in Group 14th, and that is going to be a big heartbreaker. And then moving on, looking at LUCKNOW Giants as well with only 15 points. Revenge Esports with only 13. These 3 teams from 6th, 7th, and 8th, we had a lot of expectations from, because the lineup they had makes a lot of promises. But all the promises were, I guess, broken.
Well, these were the 3 teams we started talking about as soon as Group 14 popped up on the screen. And unfortunately, these 3 teams are the one who are not spotted in the podium. Not any of them. And 10 esports, little did we talk about them, or we did not mention them at all. They made sure that we talk about them over and over time, because they not only cross the half-century marker, but they take away massive 2 chicken dinners. Let's also jump into the latter half of the overall standings, which is going to be Dragon Esports at 12 points, for Horsemen with 12 points as well. And if we talk about position 11 until 16, they are still in the single digits, could not have a good day.
Exactly. REXA Gaming 2 with 8 points, Telugu LEVI team with 7 points, Bob Esports, UDOG India, another known name, all the way at the bottom. What is going on with some of the known names? And it's like whichever teams that we have a lot of expectations from, they're just not able to perform. At this point, you know what? From tomorrow, we should just stop having expectations from the team. Maybe it's putting on that extra bit of pressure.
Well, I wouldn't call it extra bit of pressure. It's just that there are new teams involved, and exactly they aren't aware about the drop points, about the rotations, and they are going into their routine way and they are being punished.
Yep, and the punishment is quite hefty, that's for sure. I mean, UDOG all the way at the bottom. Man, this is rough. And once again, me and Fixes have been mentioning this, right, from the start of the day, is that when you do not really have a proper playing structure inside of the lobby, it really gets tough to play completely on the defensive side of things, because the only way you can have a proper playing structure is by actually doing a lot of analysis on the lobby itself. But considering inside of the grind, the teams are changing over and over again, you cannot keep a track of what exactly is going to be happening inside of the game, because it's random teams, probably random strategy going to be are on the board itself, and that's what is happening. A lot of random things are happening too.
Absolutely, it is a mix of lobby. And by the way, this is once more a gentle reminder to all the viewers who are looking forward to qualify through in-game qualifiers, which is going to go live from 15th of April until 21st of April. And make sure to participate. And playing four should be playing. No extra players will be entertained here. If you really want to qualify and try your hands on the esports.
Exactly. This is your chance to make it inside of the BGIS main event, and make sure you're playing with the only 4 players that you've registered. Yeah, you might have some extra players as well, but they will not be counted. So you need to make sure you're playing with your primary playing squad, which is going to be the 4 players that you registered. Yeah, now moving on forward to the conversation. Today's day has been quite a mix of emotions, in my opinion. We expected a lot from the known names. Unfortunately, the known names were not able to showcase a lot of that domination. In the first group that we witnessed, GODLIKE Esports was a part of that group, and GODLIKE Esports going through so many tests and trials. Finally, it feels like now they have gotten quite a solid lineup. But then you move on forward and look at GODSGIVEN, a team that has been sticking together. They have been a little bit rough. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the day 2 comes to an end of the week 2. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Tanya. We're signing off.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे
है